Chapter 39-34. Shock. Her heart began to ripple. Even though she was pure and indifferent to fame and fortune, she was truly moved at this moment. This was because that was the flower her man had prepared for her. It was also the flower for his proposal. Her man had once said that he would marry her again today. And now, her man had done it. He had done it with all his heart. In this life, to have a man who would protect her like this, what was there to complain about in life? Looking around, the entire place was silent. Everyone was attracted by the gorgeous scene in the sky. It was as if a huge silence had descended. No one opened their mouths or spoke. This was because all of this was too shocking, especially the seventh prince and Duan Wuhan. They remained silent for a long time. 10,000 whys floated in their hearts. That was because the final golden flower, judging from its appearance and height, was actually twice as large and proud as the seventh prince's flower. And the seventh prince's golden dragon flower was a 10th grade ultimate desolate body. Could it be that the resplendent golden light and the huge flower formed by the golden flames was a divine fetus? However, the Immortal Temple had only bought one of the 6 divine fetus in God's shop. Confused. They immediately became confused. In fact, even Elder Three Leaves found it hard to be certain. He only knew that on the surface, the huge flower formed by the golden flames was indeed more beautiful and bigger than the seventh prince's golden dragon flower. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. Most importantly, even if Lin Ling's final flower was not a divine fetus, just the 6 blooming flowers in the sky, forming the scene of the 5 flowers holding the moon, was enough to shock the world. This was because 6 different talents were blooming at the same time. It's fake. Fuck, it's definitely fake. In the silence, Duan Wuhan finally let out a sharp cry. To him, everything was too fake. This was because he had once lost to Lin Ling, so he knew Lin Ling's strength. At that time, Lin Ling had not reached such heights. Furthermore, even if Lin Ling's strength had greatly improved over this period of time, it was impossible for him to improve by such a large margin. Are you saying that my 3-leaf clover is fake? Hearing Duan Wuhan's words, the 3 leaves old man's face turned ugly. This was because his 3 leaves represented pure love, and he couldn't bear to be questioned by others. Hearing this, Duan Wuhan found it somewhat difficult to refute because he was not sure. But if Lin Ling had a divine embryo, he would not believe it at all. A divine fetus. This was an innate talent that could allow one to become a god. How could a mere Lin Ling have the qualifications to obtain it? It should be known that even Duan Wuhan, as the number 1 bloodline of the Duan clan, didn't have the opportunity to obtain it. What qualifications did Lin Ling have? Regardless of whether it's true or not, for now, the flower he displayed is the most beautiful. Isn't that enough? But right at this moment, the voice of the temple's grand elder suddenly drifted over, and it actually carried a wisp of praise. And such words made people nod their heads repeatedly. Today was a wedding ceremony, not a test of strength. Therefore, as long as one had a certain level of talent and could make the proposal more beautiful and romantic than the others, that was enough. The way I see it, this young friend should be number 1 in the selection of talent. Seeing that no one spoke, the Grand Elder of the Immortal Temple suddenly laughed. His eyes also looked at Lin Ling, and the smile at the corner of his mouth suddenly became thicker. Previously, he was still afraid that Lin Ling would go and lose face. He was even afraid that Lin Ling would be eliminated, so he secretly helped Lin Ling. However, the result was that Lin Ling had told him to get lost. At that time, he was so angry that his beard was blown up. What a junior who did not know what was good for him. But now, he almost hugged Lin Ling and kissed him a few times. This guy really did not disappoint. He is number 1. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, the Tianhao felt disbelief and anger. What was unbelievable was that this unknown existence had actually made the 3-leaf clover release such a divine scene. What was angry was that the young man was above all of them. However, before they could release their unwillingness, many voices of agreement had already sounded around the ancient city. If we talk about the beauty of the flower, that person deserves to be number one. Yes, yes, beauty without losing nobility, vulgarity without losing mystery. The 6 blooming flowers each have their own characteristics. It is indeed rare. He is number one. I concede. Yes. Even some experts from the Overlord Alliance were nodding their heads at this moment. This made the Tianhao clench their teeth, and none of them spoke. Duan Wuhan also angrily sat back down. When he looked at the 7th prince again, he was undoubtedly more furious than Duan Wuhan. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still looking at the sky. When it gradually dimmed, he turned and walked back to his seat. If at some point you realize that you are the flower, I wonder if you will admit that you are the toad? Yes. However, a soft voice, filled with disdain and domineeringness, drifted out. Hearing this, the 7th prince was stunned, and his heart exploded. Previously, he had mocked Lin Ling as a flower and a toad. But now, his golden dragon flower paled in comparison to Lin Ling's. Then, who was the toad? Lin Ling's words were like a fatal sword that pierced deeply into the 7th prince's heart, causing him to lose all face and suffer the greatest humiliation. And he was a participant of the trial. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Amazing, this person actually stomped the 7th prince down. How domineering. Everyone immediately sensed the 7th prince's cold aura, and they were all shocked. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling, and their expressions became complicated. Until now, they still did not know who this mysterious young man was. It felt as if this young man had appeared out of nowhere, as if he had come from another world. Moreover, this mysterious aura was not faked. This was because the young man's confidence came from the bottom of his heart. The aura of a person in a superior position unknowingly spread out, and he was unfazed by anything. This aura of a person in a superior position, if one carefully sensed it, was even stronger than the 7th prince's. Divine fetus? Does he really have a divine fetus? That's hard to say. Only the 3 leaves elder knows. After all, he was the one who cultivated the 3 leaves grass. A divine fetus is no small matter. I just don't know if it's innate or acquired. If it's innate, then it's even more terrifying. Many old monsters who had cultivated for 10,000 years whispered to each other. The difference between innate and acquired was huge, just like the difference between acquired divine weapons and innate divine weapons. Innate was the divine fetus of the era of gods and was blessed by the heavens. Acquired was a divine fetus that was continuously cultivated by oneself. In today's world, there were many people who had acquired divine fetus, such as the 9 provinces' 10 martial gods. But those who had innate divine fetus were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, such as the current Immortal Temple Sanus. Of course, this did not mean that acquired divine fetus was inferior to innate divine fetus. But among acquired divine fetus, at least 99% of them could not advance to innate divine fetus. It's Lin Ling. Chapter 39-35. Comparing status. For example, an old man hidden in the crowd recognized Lin Ling. He was the first leader of the place of eternal rest. Wanyan Shishir was killed in the past, so the first leader of the place of eternal rest was determined to kill Lin Ling. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to have grown to such a level. As for the Duan family and the people of the new heavenly courts, they naturally knew about Lin Ling. They also did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. They always thought that in the ancient dragon wasteland, Lin Ling would be eliminated by the merciless waves like duckweed. Alright, next is the competition of status and background. In my opinion, these two are about the same. Why don't we do it together? At this moment, a cold and domineering voice suddenly sounded, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Everyone immediately looked over and realized that it was the 7th prince who spoke. At this moment, everyone could see that the 7th prince was a little impatient. Moreover, he proposed to raise the last 2 selections at the same time. This meant that he planned to turn the tables and eliminate all the Tianhao families. An invisible pressure quietly permeated the air. The Tianhao families immediately gritted their teeth. Although they never thought that they were a match for the seventh prince, they still felt that they were lucky. However, now, this feeling of luck was weakening. "I'll go first." Under that huge pressure, a Tianhao family suddenly stood up. Although he was confident that he was not as good as the seventh prince, he would not wait to be captured. Obviously, although Lin Ling had taken first place previously, the Tianhao families still did not think that he was a match for the seventh prince. "I'm from Ling Tian Academy, the 12th strongest circle in the entire Divine Three Halls, the 332nd on the Stairway to Heaven, and the 6th Talisman God Paladins. My father is the Duke of Heavenly Yu in the Black Flying City, one of the 36 main cities in the world. With my status, strength, and reputation, I'm definitely qualified to marry the Celestial Temple's Holy Maiden." The Tianhao family stood up and said proudly, "The son of a duke." Everyone immediately started discussing. Such an identity was indeed extraordinary, especially the 320th on the Stairway to Heaven. This was a golden signboard. Disgraceful. But very quickly, another Tian house stood up and looked at everyone with disdain. He even looked past Lin Ling. Then his gaze turned into a desire to battle, and finally disdain. "I'm from Wu Wei Academy, which is ranked second among the 36 academies. I'm ranked 9th in the most powerful circle. I'm ranked 303rd on the Stairway to Heaven on the Divine List. I'm the Holy Knight of the 7 Talisman Gods. My father is the governor of the 72 secondary cities. That's why I'm worthy of the Saintus. Also, I'm one of the leaders of the Heavenly Alliance." This person's status was clearly higher than the previous person. "Get out of here." Then, Tian Hao shouted angrily at that person. That person gritted his teeth and sat back down in shame. Following that, a large number of heavenly magnates started shouting. Some of them were sons of main cities, while others were leaders. All in all, the fact that these Qianhao cultivators were here meant that they had extraordinary backgrounds. "Lin Ling, I'll go first. Use your ears and listen carefully. Let me tell you, although you won in the previous competition of talent, you'll definitely lose in the following one." At this moment, a majestic voice interrupted the competition of all the heavenly magnates. This also attracted everyone's attention. This time, it was Duan Wuhan who spoke. He slowly walked out and walked toward Lin Ling step by step. "This? Interesting." Many people were stunned for a moment, and then revealed mocking smiles. They obviously knew that Duan Wuhan intended to use his powerful status to crush Lin Ling and make him speechless and ashamed. "I'm Duan Wuhan." Duan Wuhan's footsteps finally stopped. He first looked at Inuer, then stared at Lin Ling. He wanted to crush Lin Ling face to face and make Lin Ling feel inferior. The number 1 bloodline of the Duan family will definitely surpass the Duan Meridian Martial God in the future. What Duan Meridian Martial God? Lin Ling, do you know? He's one of the top 10 martial gods in Jiuzhou. Duan Wuhan shouted sternly. However, Lin Ling's eyes were half closed as he calmly drank his wine. Seeing this, Duan Wuhan did not have any anger. Instead, he felt happy because he knew that Lin Ling could not refute him. "I'm a master of the E-Garden, ranked 36th in the strongest circle of the Shun San Hall, and 291st on the Stairway Heaven." Duan Wuhan's voice was louder and louder. Hearing this, the people of the Duan family immediately laughed and felt proud of Duan Wuhan. The onlookers gasped. They obviously knew Duan Wuhan. He was a genius who had awakened the number 1 bloodline of the Duan family. Many seniors in the final world were optimistic about him, but no one thought that Duan Wuhan would rush to the 200th place on the Stairway Heaven in such a short period of time. This speed was too fast. Duan Wuhan glanced at the crowd and saw the awe in everyone's eyes. His arrogance soared to the sky. Then he looked at Lin Ling and shouted angrily, "And I'm one of the leaders of the Heaven Alliance. I can summon 3 million heroes. Lin Ling, are you afraid? Are you feeling inferior?" At this moment, the rolling momentum also spread out, as if to drown Lin Ling. This was also Duan Wuhan's revenge, because he had been waiting for this day for a long time. However, Lin Ling was like a small boat in the storm. He seemed to be silent, but he drifted with the waves and was not drowned. He was still drinking wine. As for the inferiority in Duan Wuhan's words, it was simply not there. So calm. Ordinary people who knew of Duan Wuhan's origin and such proud achievements would inevitably have thoughts of resistance, but they could not resist. In the end, they could only feel inferior and decadent. However, the blue-robed young man was not shocked, even if the sky collapsed. From beginning to end, he did not even open his eyes. However, perhaps his heart is already decadent, but he is just using drinking to cover up his emotions. People were talking about it, but more people could see that Duan Wuhan was not only showing off his proud identity and achievements, but he was also targeting Lin Ling. That kind of feeling was as if he wanted to defeat Lin Ling. Could it be that Duan Wuhan and Lin Ling had a secret that no one knew? No matter how much you say, no matter how proud you are in my eyes, you are just a defeated opponent. Garden ate feces. You know this better than me. Finally, Lin Ling opened his mouth, but he was still drinking wine. However, his words were more than thousands of words from Duan Wuhan, because no matter how Duan Wuhan showed his identity and achievements, there was one fact that could not be changed, and that was that he was a defeated opponent. In the Battle of Garden, in the Battle of Tong Tian Tower, Duan Wuhan lost to Lin Ling. This was a result that could not be erased. Lin Ling's words were very ordinary to others, but to Duan Wuhan, it was like a sword piercing his heart. Duan Wuhan stepped back, and his face changed greatly. The shame that had been hidden in his heart rippled at this moment. That huge feces pit, you ate it very well. Chapter 39-36. A battle between dragons and tigers. A cesspool. Thinking of this, Duan Wuhan almost vomited. One had to know that for countless nights, he had tried to forget that shameful thing, and he had done very well. Where he fell, he climbed up. That shame had been forgotten and suppressed by him. However, this was only temporary, because after being mentioned by Lin Ling, it was as if the scar that had just healed had been torn open again. Bang! Duan Wuhan took another step back. His body continued to tremble. This change had undoubtedly shocked everyone, because this result was too strange. Lin Ling hadn't announced his identity, or perhaps he didn't have an identity at all. However, his words were more effective than any impressive battle record. He had defeated Duan Wuhan and forced him to retreat. His heart of martial arts seemed to have become unstable. Terrifying. Really terrifying. People's impression of Lin Ling had also changed. It became self-confident, calm, untamed, and unruly. Duan Wuhan, you've lost face. At this moment, the seventh prince suddenly spat out a sentence, causing Duan Wuhan to glare fiercely at Lin Ling. However, he also retreated in dejection. He knew in his heart that before he could completely wash away the shame, all his proud achievements were just a joke to Lin Ling. After all, no matter how powerful a defeated opponent was, he was still a defeated opponent. I said, let's compete in identity and background. Come on. At this moment, the seventh prince also stood up and swept his eyes across the crowd. I don't want to introduce my identity too much. You only need to know that I'm the leader of the Seventh Alliance, the top 200 on the heavenly stairway. Next, let's compete in background. The seventh prince regarded himself as the leader of the crowd and had already decided on the next election. He did not even bother to introduce himself. However, 80% of the people present knew who he was. Although Duan Wuhan's alliance was more powerful, the Sky Alliance, he was just a leader of the Sky Alliance. Although the Seventh Alliance could not be compared to the Sky Alliance, the seventh prince was still the leader. In terms of alliance, Duan Wuhan was obviously more powerful, but in terms of identity, the seventh prince was actually more outstanding. This was also an imperial talent. Just like the purple dragon robe he wore, it was the image of the monarch of all monarchs. The so-called competition of background is also a competition of betrothal gifts. Immortal Temple's Holy Lady has a divine core body. Only heavenly deity treasures are worthy of her. Step by step, the seventh prince stepped forward and looked at Inyuer. His domineering eyes were filled with a hint of gentleness. Men, bring me the ninth heaven phoenix robe. Suddenly, he let out a loud shout. In the sky, the cry of a phoenix resounded. An old woman arrived with the nine heavens phoenix robe shimmering with golden light, causing the phantom of a nine-color divine phoenix to float in the sky. This was an 8th grade divine artifact. This is the seventh prince's betrothal gift. Many people gasped because the nine heavens phoenix robe was made from the feathers of 9 different phoenixes. It was extremely rare, especially after the 6 phoenixes. The next 3 phoenixes were even harder to find. If this 9 heavens phoenix robe was placed in the shop of God, it would cost 3 million golden fleece flower. The seventh prince is marrying the holy maiden. Is this all you've got? However, at this moment, someone shouted loudly and confronted the seventh prince. It was a Qianhao. Mine is a rare treasure, the sky-shaking bell fruit. Anyone who consumes it will greatly increase their strength within 2 hours. They will be able to kill any half-step martial god and can even fight against an early-stage martial god. It is worth 5 million golden fleece flower. Yours is only a divine weapon. How can it compare to my rare treasure? The Qianhao stood up like a divine general. His body emitted boundless energy. It is merely a sky-shaking bell fruit. The seventh prince walked towards Inyuer step by step with his hands behind his back. He looked extremely calm. Men, bring me the heaven earth dark yellow exquisite flower. This flower is worth 8 million golden fleece flower. It contains the power of the universe and can destroy heaven and earth. Men, bring me another divine treasure, the Empress Earth flying rainbow formation diagram. This diagram is extremely rare and suitable for martial artists of any attribute. If you cultivate with this diagram, you can increase the ancestral power of all attributes. It's worth 9 million gold fleece flower. Men, bring me a half-step king divine pill. This pill can make you a martial god with a 50% chance. The seventh prince spoke one sentence after another, dominating the world. Meanwhile, the Qianhao stood up and confronted the seventh prince, but they were all killed without leaving a single armor behind. Every time they brought up a treasure, the seventh prince would calmly fight back and suppress them with a treasure. Tycoon. This was a true tycoon, as expected of the Seventh Emperor Alliance's leader. Although many of the people present were Qianhao of the Seventh Emperor Alliance and knew that the seventh prince was definitely not simple, they did not expect him to have accumulated so many golden fleece flowers. Could it be that he is the one who bought the divine inheritance treasure in the end? Even the old monsters in the ancient city were shocked. Then, they saw that all the Qianhao were defeated by the seventh prince. They could not fight back at all. This was because those heaven's conquerors only had 1 treasure, and the more powerful ones only had 2. However, the seventh prince had almost 10 treasures. Of course, no one would easily give away the Immortal Temple Saintess divine body. At this moment, a faint laughter suddenly sounded. Duan Wuhan quietly stood up. Like all the Qianhao, he would not give up until the last moment. The seventh prince is indeed domineering. 3 godly weapons, 3 godly arts, and 3 rare treasures. The total value of all of them adds up to 20 million gold coins. Duan Wuhan said indifferently, "What? You are not convinced?" The seventh prince stopped and turned to look at Duan Wuhan with disdain in his eyes. "I'm not convinced. You're not the only one with treasures." Duan Wuhan also showed his fangs. "Come, give me a martial breakthrough divine pill. This pill has a 10% chance of producing divine power. It is worth 8 million. It is a rare treasure. Men, present the 3rd rank divine art martial art, the Empyrean Fairy Divine Art. This divine art is a method to become a god. The world origin profound chi cultivated is comparable to the power of ancestors. It is worth 10 million gold fleece flower. Men, bring me the jade maiden ice garment. This garment is made from 9,999 different types of ice. When the great tribulation descends, the wearer can resist 30% of it. It's worth 12 million gold fleece flower. These are my betrothal gifts to the saintess. How is it? Is it enough? At the end of his words, Duan Wuhan opened his hands and hugged the sky as if he was a king. The entire ancient city was also exploding. This was because Duan Wuhan's treasures could be said to be priceless. Even a martial god would go crazy for them. And 30 million golden fleece flowers. No one knew how Duan Wuhan got them. But one thing was for sure, the Duan family was definitely supporting it. And such a betrothal gift was enough to suppress the crowd and marry the saintess. Chapter 39-37. Who will get the treasure? Ah, Duan Wuhan is not that stupid. As long as the saintess marries him, won't the saintess treasure also be his? Now, let's see how the seventh prince will fight with Duan Wuhan. Many people began to whisper. They looked at the central region where the treasure light soared into the sky. Each of them licked their lips and were extremely envious. Moreover, this trip had opened their eyes. They knew that they had not come in vain. In fact, this was indeed the case. At this moment in the central region, all kinds of colors soared into the sky, dazzling everyone. However, the seventh prince's expression was still calm. He looked indifferently at Duan Wuhan and said, Duan Wuhan, do you really want to fight with me? Seventh prince, if it were anything else, I can give way. However, if it's someone I love, I will never give way. The saintess is the love of my life. If I miss her, I will be in so much pain that I wish I were dead. Duan Wuhan nodded and looked affectionately at Inyuer as he said, Haha, that's nice to hear, but do you think you can beat me? The seventh prince said again. His words made Duan Wuhan's expression change. He had already taken out a treasure worth 30 million gold fleece flower. Did the seventh prince still have other treasures? However, whatever he was worried about, it came. The fruit of immortality, a rare treasure. One is worth 20 million gold fleece flower, and the great void golden phoenix body is worth 25 million gold fleece flower. The owner will have 2 great talents. Most importantly, this is the ultimate 10th grade desolate body. The seventh prince sneered disdainfully. He opened his hands. In his left hand was a gray fruit, and in his right hand was a golden light. In that light, there was a phoenix cry. The fruit of immortality? A fruit that could make a martial god expert immortal. This represented a life. In the 9 states, it was enough for martial god experts to fight for it. Looking at the great void golden phoenix body, this was the ultimate 10th grade desolate body. It was simply an existence that could let an ordinary warrior achieve the ultimate 10th grade desolate body. The seventh prince's move was terrifying. Adding it up, he had taken out 65 million gold fleece flower. Bang! Looking at the seventh prince in disbelief, Duan Wuhan's heart immediately roared. His complexion changed greatly, and he was so shocked that he took a step back. Obviously, he did not expect the seventh prince to be so generous as to take out 65 million golden fleece flower. So what? You still want to fight me? Seeing Duan Wuhan's appearance, the seventh prince smiled disdainfully, but his voice was like a brilliant heavenly might. Under the heavens, who can fight against me? The seventh prince looked at all the heavenly magnates. They immediately lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Who else but me? At this moment, the seventh prince fully demonstrated the meaning of these 4 words. Who could compete with the seventh prince? There was no one. All of the heavenly elites, including Duan Wuhan, had gloomy complexions. They knew that the divine embryo body had already left them. When they thought about how the saintess had fallen into the hands of the seventh prince, they felt as if their hearts were being cut apart by a knife. The surrounding people were also extremely shocked. Numerous exclamations of surprise continued to resound. This guy is really domineering. The sword of freedom martial god said solemnly. Then he stared at the treasures of the seventh prince and subconsciously licked his lips. because those treasures were so precious that even he was moved. If the seventh prince did not have a strong background, he might have snatched them. Next, he also looked at Lin Ling in the distance. He knew that Lin Ling was probably very dispirited at this moment. After all, in terms of status and background, Lin Ling was defeated. He could only watch the beauty leave with his own eyes. However, since the start of the status competition, people had subconsciously ignored Lin Ling again. The main reason was that compared to those famous people, Lin Ling did not have a strong background. Naturally, he would not have the golden fleece flower to buy any treasures. The Sword of Freedom martial god also began to search for Lin Ling. However, when he looked carefully, his eyes could not help but twitch fiercely. This was because when the heavenly tycoons were fighting for the treasures, Lin Ling had somehow arrived beside Immortal. Furthermore, the two of them were whispering and chatting happily. It was as if they were watching a clown competing with each other. Fuck me, this kid. Damn. The Sword of Freedom martial god was dumbfounded. That kid is too bold. Of course, after the seventh prince crushed all the heavenly tycoons, the crowd also shifted their attention to Immortal. In their opinion, Immortal should be tempted by the treasures too. However, the moment they saw it, they were all dumbfounded. That was because the shameless young man had appeared beside Immortal again. He was holding the saintess' hand and helping her put on a set of blue armor. Most importantly, the saintess did not reject his offer. Speaking of which, does that kid even know the rules of the bridal escort ceremony? Everyone's heart was pounding. They knew that the kid was definitely going to receive the wrath of the heavenly tycoons, especially the seventh prince. At this moment, the seventh prince smiled proudly. After defeating all the heavenly tycoons, he turned around and looked at the saintess with a smile. As expected, he was enraged too. How dare you? Roar. A furious roar burst out from his mouth. His boundary force rumbled, as if he was going to kill Lin Ling. The roar attracted everyone's attention to Lin Ling. The entire ancient city fell silent. The rules of the bridal escort ceremony were to select the participants. Currently, the seventh prince was the winner. According to the rules, he should be the one to hold the saintess' hand and bring her home, not the kid who disobeyed the rules. Idiot. Duan Wuhan was startled too. He then laughed coldly. He assumed that Lin Ling had lost his mind. He must have lost his mind and forcibly held the saintess' hand because he knew he was no match for the seventh prince. However, could that change the outcome? It was obviously impossible. Do you know what you're doing? The saintess is mine. Roar. The seventh prince took a big step forward and shouted angrily. His voice finally interrupted the conversation between Lin Ling and Immortal. Lin Ling also looked at the crowd. Previously, he had seen them fighting and ignored him again. Therefore, he was too lazy to care about them. Let them fight. Lin Ling, was going to catch up with senior sister Yuer. Now that everyone was looking at him, Lin Ling knew that it was time for him to make a move. A domineering aura quietly emanated from his body. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he said indifferently, I've never understood. The Holy Maiden and I love each other, and we're in love with each other. Why do you want to separate us and even organize this wedding ceremony? Isn't this the same as breaking up a pair of lovebirds? Could it be that all couples in this world were like this? They loved each other but couldn't be together because of reality? The voice drifted out like an invisible wind. The seventh prince was stunned. He didn't get angry again. Instead, he laughed. It was a mocking laugh. The crowd was also stunned. Then they all laughed disdainfully. Chapter 39-38. This is my moment. In this world, strength was everything. If one wanted to be with the person they loved, then one needed to have the corresponding strength and status. As for the blue-robed young man, he obviously didn't. He even said these words because he knew he was going to lose. So he found these excuses in an attempt to use love to cover up his incompetence. You're trash and you're blaming others. How can a trash like you talk about love? Many people began to curse. However, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't hear them. He continued indifferently. You don't like her at all. You're only interested in her divine body. What's ironic is that this group of toads are righteously saying that they love her and are moved by her. Toad, hearing this, the Tianhao clan was enraged. This useless guy didn't even have a single treasure. He was weak and useless. How dare he call them toads? Ha! You can hide it all you want, you pauper. The seventh prince could not help but laugh out loud, his eyes full of contempt. The blue-robed youth wanted to marry the holy maiden empty-handed. This was simply a joke to him. He believed that no one would agree. On the contrary, everyone felt even more disdain towards the blue-robed youth. What are you laughing at? Do you know where she came from? Do you know her birthday? Do you know what she likes? You don't know anything. You think you can move her heart with some treasures. Lin Ling said indifferently when he saw the seventh prince laughing. I don't know anything, but I have a treasure. The seventh prince was still smiling, but his aura was overbearing. There was only one reason. I'm richer than you. I'm more capable, and I have a higher status. That's enough. A so-called poor loser like you still wants to fight over a woman with me? You really don't know your limits. That's right. Treasures are enough. Do you have any? You can only take out one set of armor? How embarrassing. Many Tianhao clan members also laughed mockingly. Although they had lost, at least they had treasures that were much better than Lin Ling's. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally shook his head. A bunch of filthy people. No wonder so many couples in the world have been separated. It was originally pure love, but it has been polluted by these things. All that is left is profit. Therefore, it is even more impossible for me to hand over the saintess. I want to protect her for the rest of my life. As soon as the last sentence was spoken, the surrounding voices suddenly became much softer. In the crowd, the Three Leaves elder suddenly laughed. Compared to the treasures, he suddenly liked the youth's sincerity. The great elder also laughed. He knew that if the holy maiden were to marry the seventh prince, it would not bring her happiness. She would only be used. However, if she were to marry that brat, it would be true happiness. Of course, there weren't many people who had such thoughts. On the contrary, more people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Not hand over the holy maiden, just him. Huh. However, just as the crowd was laughing, Lin Ling suddenly laughed as well. A heroic, domineering, and magnanimous aura emanated from him. It was as if he had vented all the gloominess in his heart. I know that you filthy people will never understand. Therefore, I do not intend to take the holy maiden away by force, because Lin Ling, cannot do it. More importantly, I want the whole world to know that the holy maiden is my woman. Lin Ling took a step forward and enunciated each word clearly. His long hair and blue robes fluttered wildly. Many people frowned. Actually, let me tell you, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. It is not to prove how great I am, but to let my wife and you return home openly. Why have I been waiting for a long time? Because I want to take the holy maiden away in front of all of you. I want you to know that filthy people like you will never have the right to take my wife away. Shameless people like you can only watch from afar. How ironic. More importantly, I want to tell you that this moment is my moment. Lin Ling roared loudly. His powerful aura shook the ancient dragon wasteland, causing the wind and clouds to surge. At this moment, he was like an unsheathed divine sword, revealing its sharpness. Come, bring the betrothal gifts. Following Lin Ling's loud shout, his entire person seemed to rise infinitely. He looked down upon the heavens, his head touching the sky, and his feet stepping on the ground. With his command, thousands of troops came to meet him. The army was pressing in. The God Extermination Alliance had arrived. From all directions of the ancient city, a vast and mighty crowd slowly walked over. In their hands was an item. Treasure light soared into the sky, and spiritual energy gushed out. 100,000 people, each with a treasure. At this moment, no one was unmoved. 10,000 silkworms golden alms bowl, divine wood alms bowl, purple bamboo basket, lone dragon zen skill, scarlet jade skill, soul absorbing bottle, 7 treasures amethyst worship, 6 true essence gourd, red desire pouch, 9 heavens primordial yang ruler, laser ruler. When those people came closer, an old man spoke in shock. The divine weapons category had obviously been bought out. Entangling sacred steps, boundless tyrannical art, bone-eroding dragon finger, ferocious tiger demon fist, burning city dragon spear art, ice silkworm demon transformation, flying swallow Buddha, killing technique. Those Tianhao all sat on the ground in fright, their faces pale as they muttered to themselves. The divine weapons were bought out again. Immortal fruit, Feng Yun immortal fruit, Lin Ling vine fruit, scarlet flame immortal fruit, blue spirit fruit, ice spirit fruit, three-leaf golden Ganoderma, elixir of the North Sea, nine-leaf Ganoderma. Another old monster roared in horror. Although that group of people did not buy out the rare treasures category, they had already bought more than 60% of them. Could it be that that group of people are the ones who caused the commotion in God's shop? Everyone held their breaths, and their hearts roared. There was even a moment when many powerful martial artists almost took action to snatch the items. However, they also saw that those 100,000 people were all experts with terrifying auras. In the end, they did not dare to act rashly. That is one of the remaining overlords of the ancient dragon wasteland, the God-slaying alliance. Finally, the leader of the overlords said each word. The entire city was in an uproar. The God-slaying alliance was one of the most mysterious overlords. It was said that they had countless leaders and experts, including the former overlords, the Genesis Alliance, and the Serpent Clan. The God-slaying alliance was also a miracle in the ancient dragon wasteland, because they were the representatives of the overlords who grew from weak to overlords. In the end, they even destroyed Fengyun Tower. They had been hiding in the ancient dragon wasteland, but no one dared to underestimate them, not even the Seventh Emperor Alliance. But now this terrifying overlord had finally surfaced. Greetings, great leader. While everyone was still in shock, all the members of the God Slayer Alliance suddenly stopped in the sky above the ancient city. Then, they let out a loud roar that shook the 9 heavens. Great leader? This time, everyone was shocked. They followed the gaze of the God-slaying alliance and fixed their eyes on a young man in a blue robe. And he was the young man beside the saintess. It's him. Yes. The shocked gazes of everyone silently transformed into disbelief, and their expressions were extremely complicated. There was terror, surprise, dejection, and disappointment. Chapter 39:39. Evil Intentions. In the ancient dragon wasteland, everyone already knew that the Godslayer Alliance had a leader behind the scenes. This leader was extremely powerful and had gathered countless experts to sweep through the ancient dragon wasteland. He had turned the God-Slayer Alliance from a small existence into a great overlord step by step. Therefore, everyone was curious as to what kind of person had such an ability. And now, all the mysteries had been solved. It was Lin Ling. This guy is the great leader of the God-Slayer Alliance. Endless ripples arose in the unrestrained, sword-martial god's heart. Clearly, he did not expect that the young man he met in Plentiful City back then was actually so terrifying. And now, in terms of status, Lin Ling wasn't inferior to anyone who could compete with him in terms of background. This moment was clearly Lin Ling's glorious moment. How can this guy have so many golden fleece flower? Compared to everyone else's shock, the seventh prince was undoubtedly the one who was truly astounded. This was because only he knew the terrifying value of the treasure that Lin Ling brought. The divine weapon category, the divine category, and more than half of the wondrous treasure category. He had even bought the first category of divine legacy treasures. The amount of golden fleece flowers required for this was something that could not be obtained without over 100 million golden fleece flowers. Previously, he had been arrogant in front of Lin Ling. At this moment, he felt as if he had given himself a ruthless slap. Liar, this is fake. While everyone was still in disbelief, the seventh prince suddenly let out a loud roar and interrupted everyone's shock. That's right, it's definitely fake. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so shameless as to use fake things to trick people. Duan Wuhan also pointed at Lin Ling and let out a sharp cry, because he also couldn't accept the reality in front of him. After all, he knew Lin Ling's background better than anyone else. Lin Ling was just a student of the Snow Wind Academy and was born in the Qing province. How could he have the ability to summon the God-slaying alliance? Moreover, he believed that if Lin Ling could do it, then he could do it too. If all of this is true, how about you eat feces again? Lin Ling also looked at Duan Wuhan and Duan Wuhan. He naturally knew that these two would definitely not admit to it. However, no matter how they quibbled, in front of the powerful facts, they would only embarrass themselves. Do you dare? Lin Ling's aura was aggressive. Duan Wuhan's pupils constricted, and he didn't dare to speak. Young master, don't be afraid of him. We believe in you. However, the powerhouses of the Duan family, who didn't know the truth, actually supported Duan Wuhan. Not only that, but they were also fiercely glaring at Lin Ling. This made Duan Wuhan almost curse out loud. If you have the ability, go eat feces. Although he was tough with Lin Ling, in reality, he was also a little afraid of Lin Ling. Do you dare? Next, Lin Ling looked at the seventh prince. The seventh prince's eyes were as cold as a sword. He was different from Duan Wuhan. He had never been in contact with Lin Ling, so he had strong confidence in himself. I was born in the purple qi since I was a child. Since I was a child, I have known the great Tao of the universe. I know the principles of fate, and I know the cause and effect of heaven and earth. So I know that your treasures are fake. He said each word with incomparable confidence, because he really didn't believe that Lin Ling would have 300 million golden fleece flowers, and because he was very clear that the number of golden fleece flowers in the entire ancient dragon wasteland was definitely not 300 million. At best, it was only 100 million. This was what another trial taker had told him, and it was also something that the god had inadvertently revealed. He believed the words of the god 10,000 times. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the ancient dragon wasteland really didn't have 300 million golden fleece flowers, but Lin Ling bought them at half price. This meant that he only spent 100 million golden fleece flowers, but bought 300 million treasures. Bullshit! At this moment, Lin Ling also shouted at the seventh prince. His words made the seventh prince furious. This Lin Ling actually dared to scold him? Seventh prince, these treasures are all real. At this moment, a large number of elders in the Immortal Temple had already flown out to check the treasures. Following that, they shouted in disbelief. Moreover, some of the old monsters around also flew out to check, and their faces turned serious. This made the seventh prince's body tremble. His eyes widened, unable to believe this result. How could this be? How could this be? He kept shaking his head and his heart. Weren't you born in the purple qi since you were a child? I think you grew up in a cesspool. Also, didn't you know the great Tao of the universe since you were a child? You know the principles of fate, and you know the principles of karma? In my opinion, you're just a dog's mouth that can't spit out ivory. While the seventh prince was still in shock, Lin Ling also spoke indifferently. Every word was like a sword that stabbed into the seventh prince's heart, deeply humiliating him. As for Duan Wuhan, his face was ashen, and his eyes were gloomy. Lin Ling, there are a lot of treasures. Today, Lin Ling must not be allowed to escape again. Moreover, he must snatch all the treasures, because with Lin Ling's treasures, even the Immortal Temple's saintest divine fetus body would not be needed. No, he should snatch all of it. The more Duan Wuhan thought about it, the more his eyes burned. He quietly notified the others. Following his notification, a large number of experts arrived from a distant place. There were more of them than the God-Slayer Alliance. This change was also noticed by the people in the ancient city. Their faces changed greatly, and then they looked around. Suddenly, their eyes fell on Duan Wuhan. Could this be Duan Wuhan's idea? It's the Heaven Alliance. Some experts narrowed their eyes. It seems that the Heaven Alliance is not going to abide by the rules. They're using tyrannical means to seize everything. The Heaven Alliance is the strongest. They have 3 million people. The God-Slayer Alliance can't compare at all. Many people had guessed Duan Wuhan's intention. 3 million experts had arrived. This meant that the God-Slayer Alliance's treasures would be difficult to protect. Even the saintess of the Immortal Temple would be snatched away. This guy, the great elder of the Immortal Temple, was naturally not a fool. He was so angry that he cursed loudly. That guy was too shameless. He couldn't compete with others, so he used such despicable means. Quickly tell him to leave. Take all the treasures and leave. Subconsciously, the great elder of the Immortal Temple transmitted his voice to Inuere. Inuere's beautiful eyes stared at the distant sky, but she had obviously guessed something. She hurried to Linling's side, held Linling's hand, and was just about to remind him, "It's okay. They're just a bunch of clowns." However, before Inuere could speak, Linling had already replied indifferently. His words were full of confidence, but he's already harboring evil intentions. Inuere was still very worried. "Believe me." Linling turned his head and glanced at Inuere. Those clear eyes were as calm as an ancient well without ripples. In the end, Inuere nodded gently because she and Linling had grown up together. She knew that Linling had already seen such a big scene. In the wind and rain, Linling did not know how many times he had broken through. Linling, there are so many treasures. Chapter 3940. The Sky Alliance had arrived. Yes, are you not convinced? Linling replied with a smile. However, with your knowledge and experience, this should be the first time you've seen so many treasures in your life. Look at these treasures now. It's good to broaden your horizons. You can brag about it when you go home. Duan Wuhan could hear that Linling was mocking him for his insignificance. He nodded his head heavily and stopped talking because he was going to shock Linling and even make him regret it. Using treasures to suppress Duan Wuhan? These treasures would all belong to the Sky Alliance. Could it be that this guy hasn't realized it yet? The seventh prince's eyes flickered slightly because he found that Linling didn't run away. Instead, he had the leisure to reprimand Duan Wuhan. Could it be that he didn't realize that the people of the Sky Alliance had come with bad intentions? Regarding this, the seventh prince naturally wouldn't remind him. He was happy to see it and even looked forward to seeing Linling regret and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Linling had been in contact with Duan Wuhan for so many times. How could he not know what Duan Wuhan was thinking? Linling even had a countermeasure for this. The leader of the God-Slayer Alliance, I've heard so much about you. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Before the experts of the Sky Alliance arrived, a middle-aged man suddenly walked toward Linling with a smile. It's a Zizai martial god. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. Senior martial god, I've heard so much about you. Linling's eyes flickered, but he immediately understood the intention of the Zizai martial god. He immediately cupped his hands and bowed. He knew that the Zizai martial god wanted to support the God-Slayer Alliance and fight against the Sky Alliance together. The leader of the God-Slayer Alliance is so charming. Many people also noticed the intention and said in amazement. Duan Wuhan was stunned and then gritted his teeth. That old man, Zizai's sword, is courting death? Isn't he going against the Sky Alliance openly? Then, he sneered and looked forward to it even more. Even though the alliance was powerful, it was an alliance of the Duan clan, the new heavenly court, and Miao Shun's true lineage. Why would they be afraid of the alliance? However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a clear voice rang out. The reason it was clear was because this voice was very refreshing and carried the vigor of a young man. I didn't expect that the great leader of the God-Slayer Alliance would be so young. He's really young and promising. He's so much better than those trash who rely on their families. Following this, a young man wearing a clean white robe and holding a long spear in his hand slowly walked toward them from the ancient city. The young man did not look old. Moreover, he was full of energy. As he walked, he gave off a fierce aura. As for his strength, it was extremely ferocious. He was actually a martial god. The most important thing was the spear in his hand. It was a silver spear with red tassels on it. It was as divine as a dragon. That's the 100 Victories spear. Could he be? Someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. The seventh prince's face turned ugly. He looked at the white-robed young man angrily and said, Wuxia Haonan, what is the meaning of this? He, seventh prince, don't think that you're so powerful. Others may be afraid of you, but I, Wuxia Haonan, am not. The young man smiled faintly. Although his words seemed casual, they carried a boundless aura of sharpness. He had said that he was not afraid of the seventh prince in front of so many people. In the current ancient dragon wasteland, other than Lin Ling, he was the second person to do so. Moreover, both of them were so young. The young man walked toward Lin Ling step by step. Then he cupped his hands at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also surprised. This was because he realized that the young man was extremely powerful. Most importantly, he looked as young as himself. This person has a divine fetus. The giant ghost beside him quietly transmitted his voice. This caused Lin Ling's heart to rumble. An expert. It seemed that he was still a frog in a well. He had thought that his strength and age were at the top of the world. However, the young man in front of him was not much weaker than him. Wuxia Haonan. The white-robed young man smiled at Lin Ling and said, the great leader of the Tiandi League. The moment he said this, the ancient city exploded. The only remaining overlords in the ancient dragon wasteland were the Heaven Alliance, the Immortal Demon Alliance, the Seventh Emperor Alliance, the Unrestrained Sword Alliance, the Godslayer Alliance, and the equally mysterious Tiandi League. These alliances had gone through the baptism of wind and rain. All of them were extremely powerful, and their great leaders were dragons among men. However, today, the Tiandi League, which was as mysterious as the Godslayer Alliance, had also surfaced. Moreover, their great leader was also so young. This was obviously a rising star that was as terrifying as the Godslayer Alliance. Everything was as the great leader had said. Among the remaining overlords, the only great leaders who had started from scratch were him and Lin Ling. They could not compare to Duan Wuhin and the Seventh Prince. This was because their alliance was the strongest overlord from the beginning. They did not need to put in any effort at all. It's an honor to meet you at last. Lin Ling was shocked again. He immediately bowed and looked at him inquisitively. Lin Ling was also very polite to this overlord. The main reason was that the other party was very polite to him. With Lin Ling's temperament, he naturally would not neglect the other party. However, what made Lin Ling suspicious was why the other party had come out. I don't get along with the new heavenly court. Therefore, I'm on your side. Wuxia Haonan smiled and stated his purpose for coming. Could it be that the Tiandi League has also joined the Godslayer Alliance? This means that the Godslayer Alliance, the Unrestrained Sword Alliance, and the Tiandi League have become allies? Seeing this, everyone held their breaths. 3 overlords joining forces. This was an extremely rare thing. Moreover, they had joined forces for Lin Ling alone. This Lin Ling's charm was too great. Compared to everyone's surprise, Duan Wuhin had already sensed it. This was because the Heaven Alliance and the Tiandi League had actually clashed many times in the ancient dragon wasteland. They could be considered old rivals. However, it had to be said that although the Tiandi League did not have many members, each of them was an elite. This had led to them not being able to bite down on this tough bone until now. Now, the Tiandi League and the Godslayer Alliance had joined forces. Both of them were thorns that gave the Heaven Alliance headaches. It was obviously not as easy for the Heaven Alliance to destroy the other party. Obviously, he did not expect things to take so many twists and turns. At the same time, 3 million experts had arrived. There were experts from the Duan family, the new heavenly court, and the boundary masters from Yao Shun's true teachings. They surrounded the ancient city. A strong, murderous aura quietly filled the air. Lin Ling, long time no see. Chapter 39:41. Second Wind, Under the Heavens. It doesn't matter if I see a slut like you or not. Lin Ling also sneered and looked at those enemies. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. However, 3 million experts were truly terrifying. The reason being that the weakest among them was a peak martial progenitor, and most of them were half-martial God Realm experts. To be able to mobilize such a large number of experts, Only the three great alliances could do so. Murderous aura quietly filled the ancient city. A great battle was about to break out. If that's the case, then let's stand on this side. At this moment, the Immortal Demon Alliance also made a decision. Of course, most of them were from the Immortal Temple. The old demon from the Great Devil sect changed his expression and left coldly, walking towards the Seventh Emperor Alliance. It was obvious that the Great Devil sect and Lin Ling had a grudge against each other. On top of that, the Great Devil sect didn't think highly of the God-slaying alliance. Naturally, they wouldn't stand on the same side as them. For a time, the two powerful forces were divided into two sides. One side was led by the Seventh Prince, and behind him were 3 million experts. The other side was led by Lin Ling. On his left stood the white-robed youth. On his right stood the unfettered sword martial god, and not far behind him was the Immortal Temple. His aura was not weak at all. Many people in the distance swallowed their saliva. They never thought that things would turn out like this. Looks like the ancient dragon desolate body has split the world into two. Right at this moment, the Seventh Prince's voice drifted out silently, and it actually carried a wisp of excitement. Because the world was indeed divided into two. Great leader of the God-Slayer Alliance, this wedding ceremony isn't over yet. I admit that you've won in the talent selection, and I admit that you've won in the treasure selection. However, I've won in the identity selection, and I've won twice as much as you. Therefore, we'll end things in a tie. The Seventh Prince looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. His words were undoubtedly twisting words and forcing logic. This was because Lin Ling had won 2 out of the 3 rounds. How could he, the Seventh Prince, have the face to say that it was a tie? Oh, Lin Ling smiled, revealing a suspicious look. The Seventh Prince chuckled softly when he saw Lin Ling's expression. His smile seemed to contain a sense of relief. However, his last sentence suddenly turned solemn. Let me tell you, my status is not something you can compare to, because I'm a trial taker. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if endless light was blooming from his body at the same time. Behind him, it was as if the blessings of the gods and Buddhas had appeared, and the power of the gods filled the air. Challenger. Ripples quietly appeared in the entire city. Many people's pupils immediately trembled. Clearly, this was the first time they had heard of this identity. As for the others, they already knew the identity of the Seventh Prince. Some of them sighed, while others sneered. Many people knew that the Seventh Prince had won from the very beginning. In the ancient dragon desolate land, no one dared to provoke him. Even if they defeated him, they would not dare to kill him, because killing him was tantamount to provoking a god. How could a mortal oppose a god? Aren't you surprised? The Seventh Prince enjoyed the respectful gazes of the crowd. He also looked at Lin Ling. At this moment, he almost looked up to the sky and roared, as if he wanted to vent the grievances in his heart. Indeed, Lin Ling nodded. However, he already knew the origin of the Seventh Prince, so in reality, he was not surprised at all. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Seventh Prince, let's work together to eliminate him. Seeing that today was the best opportunity, Duan Wuhan immediately shouted coldly. He was afraid that things would change if he delayed. Moreover, this was the first time he had summoned 3 million elite experts. This made him excited, as if he had become the god who summoned the 9 states. Lin Ling, let's see how you escape today. Then, he looked at Lin Ling mockingly. 3 million people besieged Lin Ling would definitely be killed until not even his bones were left. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, he finally could not help but look up to the sky and laugh. It was as if the entire battle was under his control. As for the Seventh Prince, he had already released most of his depression by announcing his origin. At this moment, seeing that he was about to make a move, he could not help but laugh. Because if they killed this group of people in front of them, then all the treasures would belong to them, including the divine embryo body. No, this should also be the god's legacy treasure. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I really should thank you. When the Seventh Prince thought of the endless treasures, he immediately cupped his hands and bowed to Lin Ling. Lin Ling raised his eyebrows in an instant. Thank me for what? Thank you for your treasures, because I really couldn't get so many golden fleece flower. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to buy those treasures. You tell me, shouldn't I thank you? The seventh prince touched his chin and smiled. After saying this, he and Duan Wuhan looked at each other because these treasures were to be divided equally. Speaking of treasures, Duan Wuhan was also excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. After getting Lin Ling's treasures, not only did his strength increase greatly, but his reputation in the Duan family also increased greatly, because he had finally gained face for the Duan family once. You should thank me. You should thank me. Duan Wuhan immediately cupped his hands to Lin Ling. Their actions of thanking were obviously more of sarcasm. Ha ha ha. The 3 million people in the sky also reacted, and then they all laughed. That laughter went straight to the ninth heaven. Duan Wuhan, these treasures, I want 60%. Okay, but the divine embryo body belongs to me, and the god's legacy belongs to me, and the rest belongs to you. How about it? In your dreams, the divine embryo body and the god's legacy. The one who gets the divine embryo body gets 60%, and the one who gets the god's legacy gets 40%. How about it? Next, the seventh prince and Duan Wuhan had already begun to divide the treasures. Seeing this, the carefree sword martial god, Wuxia, Haonan, and the great elder of the immortal temple had already condensed their boundary essence and were ready to fight to the death. At this point, they had no choice but to fight, because even if they retreated, the other party would destroy them. The other party obviously wanted to unify the ancient Dragon Wasteland. As for the Heaven Alliance and the Seventh Imperial Alliance, they obviously also had enmity. Otherwise, they would not have stood out to support Lin Ling. 3 million people. I'm afraid that this battle will make my hands go numb. Wuxia Haonan said word by word. The carefree sword martial god nodded. Although there was a match for him, the other party had too many people, and their strength was not weak. He could indeed kill until his hands went numb. If you really want to kill, let's do it next time. Today is my wedding day, and it's not good to see blood. But at this moment, Lin Ling also said with a smile, his expression calm. These words also made the carefree sword martial god's pupils constrict. Kill next time? Now, do they have a choice? Unless they kneel down and admit their mistakes and submit to the other party would not let them go at all. Lin Ling, have you seen the situation clearly? The great elder could not help but ask. I have seen it clearly. I don't know what those two clowns are talking about. As for the 3 million people, they are here to celebrate for me. Chapter 3942. People from the Curishin. The great elder was completely speechless. 3 million people to celebrate. Only Lin Ling could think of such a thing. And Lin Ling's words were also heard by Duan Wuhan and the others who were still chatting. Their eyes turned and fell on Lin Ling. Then, they couldn't help but laugh wantonly. Because until now, Lin Ling was still naive enough to think that he could escape. It was even more ironic that the 3 million elites were here to celebrate. This is the biggest joke I've heard in my life. The seventh prince was extremely arrogant, his laughter soaring to the sky. However, when he looked up, there was a sudden change. In his eyes, above the sky, 2 figures slowly walked down, and their faces were full of smiles. Lin Ling, I heard that today is the day of your wedding. Sorry, we're late. These 2 people walked down step by step, directly ignoring the crowd, and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Looking at their appearance, they were very young, and both of them were wearing cotton clothes. Those who didn't know would think that they were farmers. Where did these 2 idiots come from? Duan Wuhan's pupils constricted, and he almost cursed out loud. Didn't these 2 farmers know that this was a critical moment? Who gave them the courage to come and make trouble? The 300 elites were also cursing. Wearing cotton clothes? Could it be that they are farmers and herders? Really, 2 blind people. Can't they see that there are 3 million experts here? Wet in my ass. I've been in the 9 regions for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such stupid people. Don't talk nonsense with them. Let's kill them directly. Obviously, no one put the two people in their eyes. After all, they were wearing cotton clothes. This explained everything. Which true powerhouse didn't wear divine armor that was awe-inspiring? Just like the seventh prince and the others who were so domineering. Two brothers, you're not late. You're giving me, Lin Ling, face by coming here. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. He did not pay any attention to the surrounding voices. Instead, he cupped his hands and bowed towards the two people in the sky. Hee, Lin Ling, you're giving us too much face. We just received your message, so we didn't prepare any gifts. However, you're here today to welcome the bride, not to get married. We'll make up for everything on the day you get married. One of the two said politely, ignoring the angry voices in the surroundings. When the time comes, you only need to inform us. Even if we are in another world, we will rush over. The other person also laughed. At this moment, even the unrestrained sword martial god and the others were flabbergasted. Speaking of which, are these two idiots? The unfettered sword martial god had also noticed that the two of them were only martial gods. Although it was indeed remarkable for them to possess such strength at such a young age, how could they be compared to 3 million elites, no matter how strong they were? 3 million. This was not 300, not 3,000, and certainly not 30,000. Most importantly, when facing 3 million elites, the two of them did not even look at them. Were they blind? There's no need for gifts. It's enough that they are here. At this moment, Lin Ling also replied politely. The conversation between the three of them was simply ignoring the millions of experts. The great elder of the Immortal Temple even thought that the three of them were crazy. You two peasants, that's enough. Of course, there was a limit to the crowd's patience. Therefore, a furious roar finally interrupted the conversation between Lin Ling and the other two. It was the seventh prince, because he could not hold it in any longer. If the two of them did not know what was going on at the beginning, it would be pardonable if they came recklessly. However, the 3 million people had already scolded them, but the two of them acted as if they did not hear it. They were undoubtedly ignoring and looking down on them. Peasants. The two people in the sky finally turned around and looked at the seventh prince. Speaking of which, there was a group of flies buzzing nonstop before. We just ignored them. However, these despicable flies are endless. Why don't they take a look in the mirror and see what they look like? One of them frowned and seemed to be unhappy. Flies? Despicable? As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 million elite experts were all stunned, because the two of them were wearing ordinary clothes and looked more like lowly servants. Now, they actually had the nerve to call them despicable flies? Moreover, they even used a dissatisfied and disdainful tone to say it. He really couldn't see through himself. The two of you can cut your own throats. I can't be bothered to do anything. The seventh prince's eyes were cold, and his tone was full of murderous intent. If I do, not even your bones will be left. Huh. Seeing this, the two of them laughed. There was a helpless smile on their faces. It was as if they did not plan to do anything, but now they had no choice but to do so. Bang! In the next moment, one of them made a move. He instantly disappeared in the sky and arrived in front of the seventh prince at the speed of 5,000 worlds. Then he grabbed the seventh prince's neck and smashed him into the ground. Rumble. With this smash, the entire city collapsed. It was terrifying. He subdued the seventh prince with one move. His strength was unbelievable. Everyone looked at the ground and saw the seventh prince being stepped on by one of the farmers. The straw sandal was on the seventh prince's face. It was a hilarious sight. How dare you? Many people in the Seventh Imperial Alliance shouted coldly. Their great leader had actually been stepped on, and by a straw sandal at that. How could he humiliate their great leader? After all, their great leader was a trial taker. Let me go. Do you know who I am? The seventh prince's heart was pounding. He realized that he could not resist this farmer at all. His opponent's strength was unfathomable. He could not fight against him at all. And this was the farmer he was talking about? I don't know. Tell me. The man on the seventh prince's face with his straw sandal. Then he asked flatly, I'm a trial taker. Do you know that? How dare you step on me? Do you know how to write the word death? The seventh prince's heart was about to explode. His eyes were red as he roared. He believed that this sentence was enough to shock this trashy farmer. Unfortunately, the man's expression did not change at all. Instead, he said as if nothing had happened. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm also a trial taker, and I'm with the Cultivation. More importantly, the ancient dragon wasteland was opened because of our trial mission. So, you're basking in our glory. Let's take a step back and say that you're mocking us for wearing ordinary clothes. But you might not know this, but everyone on the Cultivation side is dressed like this. Ah, his words were like a bolt from the blue. The seventh prince's mouth was wide open. You're my territory. You're eating our food and using our things. How dare you mock us? If the Cultivation knows about this, I wonder if the Cultivation will do anything to you? The man said again. Ah, the seventh prince's mouth was wide open. Chapter 39:43. Setting off for the Dead Sea. Ah, the seventh prince's mouth could fit 3 eggs at the same time. The Cultivation. These two were actually from the Cultivation, and from the looks of it, it was very likely that these two people were trial takers. And you, do you have anything to say? Then, the man looked at Duan Wuhin and the rest. At this moment, Duan Wuhin and the rest's foreheads were full of cold sweat, and it was pouring down like rain. 3 million people were sweating at the same time. The scene was spectacular. It turned out to be the challengers. Someone immediately laughed along. This was a joke. This was under the eyes of the Cultivation. If the Cultivation were angry, not to mention 3 million people, even 10 million elite masters would not be enough to kill them. These two seniors are handsome and handsome. Especially that set of clothes, it's simply a work of art. When you wear it, the sun and moon lose their light, and the flowers lose their color. No wonder I've always felt that these two seniors were extremely mysterious. It turns out that these two seniors are diamonds in a pile of stones. No matter how ordinary they are, they can't hide their dazzling brilliance. They're like gold in a latrine. Although they're yellow, they're unique. Can you speak? Get lost. Let me say it. The two seniors' straw sandals, TSK, are rare in the world. I'm afraid they were worn by gods. That pair of straw sandals are warm in winter and cool in summer. Even the toes won't be abused. It's really a rare thing in the world. The 3 million powerhouses were all laughing along. They were as humble as slaves. However, soon, a straw sandal was immediately thrown over and hit the face of the powerhouse. The powerhouse did not dare to block at all. He just let the straw sandal hit him. Get lost. My straw sandals are very ordinary straw sandals. You're too good at bragging. Now kneel down and apologize to me. The two men then shouted angrily. It was as if the heavens were angry. Clatter. The 3 million powerhouses all knelt down. The scene was incomparably spectacular, and they also showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Because if they knew that the trial takers would come, then they wouldn't have come, and they wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. However, who would have thought that a dignified trial taker would wear straw sandals and plain clothes? Could it be that he was so poor that he didn't have any clothes to wear? Or are they messing with us on purpose? Let's go. At this time, Lin Ling also saw that the situation was settled. So he held in Yuer's hand and walked forward as if nothing had happened. This was because Lin Ling was the one who had notified these two challengers. They were also people whom Lin Ling had met in the Dead Sea. Therefore, he wasn't surprised by what was happening before his eyes. As for the great elder of the Immortal Temple and the others, they were still in shock. However, they quickly followed Lin Ling and the others. They looked at the sky and the ground, where the martial artists were kneeling. Soon after, they all began to laugh loudly, because they didn't expect things to turn out like this. 3 million people came to kill them, but in the end, all 3 million people were defeated. Thank you, everyone. I'm flattered by everyone's love. Lin Ling said lightly as he walked forward. This word of thanks was undoubtedly said to Duan Wuhin and the others. This was because they didn't dare to move at all. Instead, they were celebrating Lin Ling, kneeling there to congratulate him. How ironic. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling let out a maniacal laugh. He was extremely dashing and heroic. The 3 million people were all trembling with anger. Endless anger was spreading. If they could kill, their anger would have already killed Lin Ling 1,000,000 times over. Laugh. All of you laugh for me. However, the two people shouted coldly at them, forcing them to laugh. The most depressing thing in life was this. They could kill, but they didn't dare to. Instead, they had to laugh. This kind of humiliation was the first in life. Lin Ling and the others walked further and further away. The entire city was celebrating, and Yuer was held by Lin Ling. Her mouth revealed an excited smile. Her beautiful eyes were moist. She knew that her man was omnipotent. Moreover, this wedding was the happiest moment in her life. Bastard, Duan Wuhin and the seventh prince's eyes were full of resentment. Unfortunately, they could only watch Lin Ling leave proudly. After Lin Ling and the others left the ancient city, they continued to move forward. The leader of the Tiandi League smiled excitedly and then left. However, before he left, he told Lin Ling that if he wanted to destroy the new heavenly court, he must call him. It could be seen that this Wu Haonan also had an irreconcilable hatred with the new heavenly court. In this regard, Lin Ling naturally nodded. Then, the Freedom Sword Alliance also left. The Freedom Sword Martial God and Lin Ling exchanged a few words and finally left with complicated thoughts. This was because he had a feeling that this blue-robed youth was also a trial taker. Otherwise, how could he get the help of the two trial takers? Moreover, the blue-robed youth's status among the trial takers was probably not low. Next, Lin Ling also dispersed the Godslayer Alliance. Then, he took an Yuer and walked in the direction of the Dead Sea. Leader, looking at Lin Ling's carefree departure, the 80,000 members of the Godslayer Alliance felt their blood boil. This was because they did not expect Lin Ling to be so carefree and leave just like that. They knew that this alliance was only second to the ancient Dragon Wasteland. Once they left, all of the alliances would disappear. However, when they thought of the glorious days in the ancient Dragon Wasteland, their eyes were filled with nostalgia. Many of them did not know each other, but because of this alliance, they came together and fought side by side. Even when the Great Alliance attacked, under the leadership of their leader, they escaped danger after danger. In the end, they slowly became stronger and became overlords. The years and pride of these battles couldn't be erased no matter what. In their hearts, their leader was deeply engraved in their hearts. We will have a chance to meet again. Although we are disbanded, I am still a member of the Godslayer Alliance. In the future, in the final world, with a command, thousands of troops will come to meet me. The leaders of the Godslayer Alliance laughed and raised their fists as if they were swearing an oath. Leader, you will always be our leader. The people of the Godslayer Alliance looked at the leaders and said. Their eyes were filled with brotherly love. It was a pity that Lin Ling did not know all of this. In his opinion, he had gathered the experts to form the Godslayer Alliance to fight against the Great Hundred Alliance. Now that everything in the ancient Dragon Wasteland had ended, he did not plan to let the Godslayer Alliance stay. He knew that he could not control these experts alone. In the past, they had obeyed his orders because of the golden fleece flower. Unfortunately, he did not know that he had wrongly blamed this group of experts. Now, it was time to complete the last mission, which was to deliver the letter. Lin Ling, I did not expect you to be so powerful. And Yuer, whose hand was tightly held by Lin Ling, said with a smile. Now that she had recovered her memories, she cherished everything that she had. Moreover, she did not want to leave Lin Ling ever again. I was just lucky. Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked in Yuer's fairy-like face and smiled faintly. You lied to me. Chapter 39:44. On the other side of the Kaiyuan River, she clearly knew that although Lin Ling made it sound simple, the entire process was definitely not easy. In fact, a scene had even appeared in her mind. In the wasteland of the Kaiyuan River, a man had left his home with a large sword on his back and traveled alone. After finding out where his wife was, he continued to work hard and struggle. He fought against the heavens and finally became a formidable person step by step. And this formidable person's ambition was not to dominate the world, but to bring back his wife. Senior sister, you're so beautiful. Yes, Lin Ling did not dwell on that topic. Instead, he looked at Yuer's neck that was as fair as jade and thought of Yuer's divine embryo body. His heart began to burn. Annoying. Yes, being stared at by Lin Ling. And Yuer's face suddenly flushed red. That shy look undoubtedly attracted Lin Ling's attention. However, there was a platinum evil spirit with a strange smile following behind him. There was even a ferocious, giant ghost beside him. In the end, Lin Ling cursed silently and gave up on the idea of swallowing Yuer. The two of them continued forward. Not long after, a golden ocean appeared in front of them. The golden light was resplendent. It was the Dead Sea that had been burned by the flame of the human monarch. After handing over the letter, "We can return." Yes. Looking at the boundless ocean, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Then, he held Yuer's hand and leaped onto the golden ocean. Splash! The golden ocean had been burned by the flame of the human monarch. Therefore, it immediately transformed into a huge golden ship that slowly moved forward. Around the golden ship, a large number of desolate trees appeared and guarded it. Because these desolate trees were all golden, they had clearly been assimilated by the flame of the human monarch and had completely submitted to it. As time passed, the ancient golden ship moved deeper and deeper, like an adventurer exploring the end of the world. Lin Ling, where is this? Yes, and Yuer was standing on the bow of the ship. She was dressed in a white dress and looked into the distance with curiosity. As the golden ship continued to move forward, the surrounding sea was no longer golden. Instead, it quietly returned to the black Dead Sea. Moreover, this place was extremely quiet, giving people a feeling of desolation and loneliness. The edge of the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling stared into the distance and said with a faint smile. He knew that below this ancient ship formed from flames, there was another ancient ship that was also moving, carrying this golden ancient ship. However, the ancient ship below the golden ship was a bit extraordinary because it was a precious divine ship. Its defensive power was extremely terrifying, and there was the power of divine symbols around the ship, able to crush all the desolate trees that approached the ancient ship. Just like that, the ancient ship continued to move forward. Crash! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from above. Looking up, there was a bright blue light above his head. Waves of light surged, as if the sea had appeared above his head. From time to time, there would be whirlpools rolling and spinning. The scene was extremely shocking. Under this sea, Lin Ling's group felt as if the sea would pressure down at any moment, releasing an endless pressure of the heavens and earth. At this moment, even a giant ghost was shocked. From afar, the ancient ship seemed to be in the middle of two seas. Below was the sea, above was the sea, and above was the sea. On the horizon, there was an ancient ship moving forward. Under the Kaiyuan River, Lin Ling murmured to himself. He knew that he was crossing under the Kaiyuan River. Beautiful, isn't it? Lin Ling suddenly turned to look at Yuer and said, and Yuer's black hair was blown by the sea breeze. She looked at the blue sky and couldn't help but nod with a smile. Her hand that held Lin Ling's hand tightened. Accompanying the person she loved to travel to the ends of the earth was her greatest wish in life. And now, this wish was being realized. The ancient ship moved forward slowly, moving further and further away, gradually disappearing above the horizon. A day later, at the edge of the Dead Sea, they finally saw an ancient continent. This continent was even more majestic. The mountains reached into the clouds like giants standing on the earth. When one stood on this continent, they would immediately feel insignificant. We're here. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with excitement. Was this the other side of the Kaiyuan River? Let's go down. Then, Lin Ling leaped down with Yuer and stepped on this ancient land. This was probably the first time a human had stepped on this land in tens of millions of years. Looking up, All he could see were ancient mountains that looked like the work of the gods. Even the trees were as huge as mountains, green and lush, but also full of vitality. Lin Ling, how do we find the dragon tribe? And Yue turned to look at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Then, he remembered what the Kirishin had said. He stepped forward and jumped up. In midair, the dragon god's bloodline was revealed. The great solar calamity, destroying bow, appeared in his hand. Then, he fiercely shot an arrow into the sky. Rumble. The arrow pierced through the sky and reached the clouds. This ancient continent was extremely quiet. However, after the arrow from the dragon bow, the silence was broken. Lin Ling also jumped down and smiled at Yue. Just wait, the dragon tribe will be here soon. And Yue frowned. Lin Ling still had this kind of method. While the two of them were waiting, Lin Ling suddenly asked Yue what kind of divine embryo body she had obtained. Mysterious, fairy frozen dream body. And Yue blinked her eyes and said with a hint of playfulness, Mysterious, fairy frozen dream body. Yes. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He had never heard of this kind of divine embryo body. Yes. And Yue nodded. This is the divine embryo body of the God Realm's frozen dream palace. Unfortunately, during the era of gods, the frozen dream palace fell. Yes. Oh, there are many mysterious fairies like you? Yes. Lin Ling immediately became curious. Yes, the Frozen Dream Temple was an extremely famous temple during the era of gods because their mysterious maiden could dual cultivate with others. Moreover, there was a certain chance that the other party would obtain a godly embryo body. As for what kind of godly embryo body it was, it depended on fate. However, the women of the Frozen Dream Temple were all pure as ice and pure as jade. They only had one man in their lives, and if the man died, they would also die with him. Yes, after obtaining the divine embryo body, and Yue seemed to be very familiar with the Frozen Dream Palace. However, there was a trace of sorrow in her voice. It was sorrow for the mysterious fairy Frozen Dream Palace. The matters of the era of gods are not something we can change. Therefore, senior sister Yue, don't take it to heart. Moreover, doesn't the Frozen Dream Palace still have you as its successor? At least the bloodline hasn't been severed, right? Lin Ling immediately smiled, and Yue nodded and looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. Thank you. Naturally, she knew that Lin Ling was comforting her. She was very touched by this. However, not long after Yue was moved, Lin Ling said with a smile, However, speaking of this, I'm still curious about your divine embryo body. Will it help me obtain a divine embryo body? You always talk about this. Chapter 39:45. Reign of Dragon Corpses. And Yue quickly lowered her head as Lin Ling looked at her lecherously. She whispered, Let's talk about it after we leave this place. At that time, you can do whatever you want. All right. Lin Ling immediately roared, full of fighting spirit. And Yue was speechless for a while. Just how thirsty was this guy? Rumble. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the front, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Lin Ling and Yue looked at each other and frowned. Lin Ling, could it be that he's from the dragon race? I don't know. Let's go take a look. Shaking his head, Lin Ling held in Yue's hand and flew off into the distance. Rumble. As they moved forward, the rumbling became even more intense. At the foot of the ancient mountain, a scene that shocked Lin Ling and the others appeared. Because it was raining. It was a rain of corpses. Of course, just the rain of corpses was not enough to shock Lin Ling. The most terrifying thing was that it was a rain of dragon corpses. The ancient, desiccated corpse of a dragon was enormous and wriggling, and a vast amount of dragon bones were raining down. Moreover, these were all true dragon corpses, possessing the purest dragon god bloodline. Lin Ling, what happened? And Yue also looked at the rain of dragon corpses that filled the sky, and her pretty face became more and more solemn. She felt like her horizons had been broadened. Lin Ling shook his head, but his eyes were fixed on those dragon corpses. He saw an old man with long hair fluttering in the wind. His arms were hugging the sky as he looked at the rain of dragon corpses falling from the sky. He was laughing like a madman. Good, good, good. I didn't expect to encounter so many dragon corpses. This is great. The old man's voice was filled with endless excitement. Suddenly, he looked in Lin Ling's direction and sneered. Why are you still hiding? I already saw you. Lin Ling, get out here. What was surprising was that this person actually knew Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had no impression of him at all. However, the other party had already named him, so he smiled and let any others out. However, he also noticed that the old man's strength was terrifying, and he wasn't much weaker than the Nine Lanterns Fish, Senior Lu Chun, and the others. Old man, I didn't expect you to recognize me. However, this seems to be the first time we've met. After walking out of the mountain, Lin Ling said with a smile, this is indeed the first time we've met, but I hate you to the core. Do you know who I am? The old man looked at Lin Ling coldly. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Then he said word by word, I'm a #1 Gu King in the land of eternal rest. Gu King? Lin Ling's face finally changed slightly. In the ancient dragon wasteland, this elder was also one of the overlords. However, he was later attacked by the Heavenly Alliance, so he escaped from the ancient dragon wasteland early. However, Lin Ling didn't expect this old man to come here. Let me ask you, did you kill Xianxia? The old man looked at Lin Ling and asked, Isn't that an idiot's question? Hearing this, Lin Ling retorted with a sarcastic smile. You're courting death. You killed Xianxia, yet you're still so arrogant. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Let me tell you, I'll kill you like killing a dog. In my eyes, you can only end up as my goo. The old man immediately roared. From the looks of it, he was quite angry. This was because he thought that Lin Ling should have been quite frightened after meeting him. He should have even knelt down and begged for mercy. If that didn't work, he should have run away. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of him at all. Of course, if he hadn't escaped from the ancient dragon wasteland earlier and seen the scene of the marriage ceremony, he would have been even more careful with Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he had already escaped from the ancient dragon wasteland. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling, he completely treated Lin Ling as a junior. I'll kill you later. Following that, the old man looked at the dragon corpses that were constantly falling from the sky. His gaze became heated again. It was obvious that compared to killing Lin Ling, he was more concerned about the dragon corpses in the sky. This was because these dragon corpses all had a history of millions or even tens of millions of years. It was to the point that he had never encountered such a good corpse in the entire 9 prefectures. I've worn out my iron shoes in vain, only to find it without any effort. The old man roared in excitement. Rays of light shot out from his body in an attempt to plant goo in the dragon corpses and control them. This also stunned Lin Ling, speaking of which, the king of venomous worms was too confident. He actually ignored Lin Ling. A ray of light shot out. It was a strange green color and landed on a huge dragon corpse. The ray of light swam along the corpse, attempting to enter the dragon corpse and completely plant goo in it. This ray of light was the king of venomous worms technique. Bang! However, at this moment, a sword light slashed over, causing the ray of light to dim. It was Lin Ling's sword. The old man was stunned. He turned around and instantly became furious. This was because he had almost succeeded. However, who knew that the damned ant would dare to interrupt him? If he had known, he would have killed Lin Ling first. My hands were itchy just now, so I'm sorry. You can continue now. When the old man stared at Lin Ling spread his hands as if it had nothing to do with him. Die! The old man roared and unleashed a powerful attack towards Lin Ling. His attack was a huge silkworm with a large number of eyes on its body. At this moment, it condensed a fatal ray of light and shot towards Lin Ling. In response, he looked at the sky again and unleashed his ray of light to search for new dragon corpses. Bang! However, just as his stream of light landed on a dragon corpse, another sword slashed over. That stream of light was immediately slashed until it dimmed, and he failed again. Hee, there's no need to guess. It's still me. Just as the king of venomous worms was dumbfounded, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from afar again. The king of venomous worms turned around in disbelief. Then he realized that Lin Ling was safe and sound at the foot of the mountain. He was even holding the hand of a little beauty and looking at him with a smile. And around Lin Ling's body, a large number of divine artifacts floated about. Some of them had cracks on them, while others remained unscathed. Obviously, it was those artifacts that had blocked the king of venomous worms' previous attack. You're indeed quite capable. The king of venomous worms finally looked at Lin Ling. In the past, when he knew that Wanyan Shiji had died in Lin Ling's hands, he thought that Wanyan Shiji had failed miserably. However, now he finally knew that Lin Ling could kill Wanyan Shiji. He was indeed not to be underestimated. 12 silkworm mansions. A complicated expression appeared on the king of venomous worms' face, causing him to turn gloomy. Smoke exploded around him, and the sound was continuous. Then, 12 huge golden silkworms appeared. These golden silkworms were as huge as mountains, and their bodies were filled with eyes. Then they spat out light. Terrifying light bullets immediately shot towards Lin Ling. The power of these light bullets could easily kill a martial god. Let's see how you'll die. The king of venomous worms cursed angrily. In fact, if he did not want to poison the dragon corpse, he would want to torture a junior like Lin Ling to death slowly. Chapter 3946. The Dragon Emperor's Corpse. Divine Gate Escape Card. However, in the face of the golden silkworm's attack, Lin Ling chuckled. His right hand was still holding in Yuer's hand, while his left hand waved gracefully. 12 bamboo cards suddenly floated out and exuded the aura of a deity. The bamboos continued to expand until they were as large as the surrounding hills and shrouded the sky. Next, a strange world force field appeared. Everything within the 12 bamboo tablets seemed to be frozen. Time, space, everything was unable to escape. The light bullets that the golden silkworm spat out were also slowed down by 30%. Boom, boom. Although the speed was still fast, it was within the range that Lin Ling could withstand. He held in Yuer's hand and flew across the mountain. I'll dodge again. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain exploded and was destroyed by the terrifying light bullets. However, Lin Ling was safe and sound. He had dodged all the light bullets. Old man, I think we should shake hands and make peace. Then we can sit down and drink some tea and talk about life. After dodging the light bullets, Lin Ling said with a smile. It felt as though he was toying with the Goo King. Without any suspense, the Goo King was dumbfounded. Why was this kid so strange? One had to know that he was the #1 expert in the land of eternal rest. A mere junior actually managed to survive in his hands? Moreover, that fellow had treated him with a carefree attitude from the beginning to the end, which made him feel very displeased. Don't think that I can't kill you. The Goo King was even more furious. Don't think that I can't kill you either. Lin Ling smiled and said calmly. In fact, he knew that King of Venomous Worms was very strong. With his own means, he was no match for King of Venomous Worms. Fortunately, he had bought most of the treasures in Shop of Gods. With those treasures, Lin Ling was not afraid of King of Venomous Worms. Let's try. The Goo King was furious. However, at this moment, dark clouds rolled in the sky and a huge dragon head suddenly appeared. The dragon head was as big as the eyes of an emperor god, let alone the entire dragon body. Roar! Next, the dragon swam out continuously. Its size could only be described as boundless. The huge dragon god's eyes were pitch black. After it swam out, it immediately pounced on the old man. Good timing. The old man was energized. Not only was he not afraid, he shouted excitedly. This was because he knew that if he could poison the Dragon Emperor, his strength would increase greatly. It was possible that he could catch up with the 10 martial gods of the 9 states. For this reason, he abandoned Lin Ling and fought the dragon god. His entire body exploded, turning into countless tiny bugs that rushed into the sky. This time, the sky was filled with insects. It was a ghastly sight. The dragon's corpse? Why are there so many dragon's corpses here? In addition, the battle here was so intense, but the dragon race still hadn't appeared. This matter was probably a little strange. However, Lin Ling quickly shook his head. The most important thing now was to pay attention to the Goo King. This was because he also knew that the Goo King was very powerful. Even though Lin Ling was now full of treasures, he still had to be careful when facing this old monster. That old monster wants to use goo on the Dragon Emperor's corpse. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. We have to stop him. He knew very well that if Goo King succeeded, it would be even more troublesome for Lin Ling to deal with him. He won't succeed. At this time, the giant ghost fiercely said, its words causing Lin Ling to be stunned. Take a closer look at those dragon corpses. You'll notice that something's not right. The giant ghost said, Lin Ling, look, the eyes of those dragon corpses are all black. And Yuera's eyes were sharp as she pointed ahead and said. This allowed Lin Ling to clearly see that all the dragon corpses had black pupils. It was extremely strange. Be careful. At this time, the giant ghost shouted in a low voice. In the sky, more dragon corpses fell, causing Lin Ling to shout, Platinum Evil Spirit, protecting you. Lin Ling, no need. However, Lin Ling had obviously underestimated Yuera's strength. Within Yuera's current strength, if Lin Ling did not go all out, he would not be able to defeat her at all. Whoosh! Sword light flashed, and a huge ice pillar spewed out, freezing a dragon corpse in the sky, causing Lin Ling to gasp. Then they jumped down from the other side and looked at the Goo King again. At this moment, the Goo King seemed to have lost his mind. He was so excited that he lost his mind. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he continuously used goo on the Dragon Emperor's corpse. The huge dragon corpse also let out a terrifying cry. It seemed that the Goo King was about to succeed. Lin Ling frowned immediately, but he also carefully stared at the Dragon Emperor's corpse. As the giant ghost said that there was something wrong with the dragon corpse, he believed that the giant ghost was not joking. Could it be? Then, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. The will of the world. He said word by word. His heart was thunderous because the will of the world had invaded the dragon corpse. One had to know that he had seen the will of the world invading martial artists. Those martial artists' strength had increased greatly, and the result of entering the Dragon Emperor's corpse was imaginable. Haha, old man, you're going to fail. However, Lin Ling did not think much about it. Instead, he laughed and shouted, Shut up. Among the countless goo worms, the Goo King appeared and immediately scolded. If it was not for the urgent situation, he would have killed that sharp-tongued brat. If I shut up, you'll succeed? Old man, stop dreaming. Let me tell you, you'll definitely fail. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Not only did Lin Ling not shut up, he even gloated over the Goo King's misfortune. Bet my ass. Don't harass me. Go as far as you can. The Goo King was furious. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he did not want to miss out on the Dragon Emperor's corpse. This feeling of being stuck between the top and bottom was tormenting him. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything else. He just watched with a smile on his face. Rumble. Almost at the same time, when all the goo worms of the Goo King rushed into the body of the Dragon Emperor's corpse, the Goo King also saw the dawn of victory. That was because he was going to have a subordinate of the Dragon Emperor next. He turned his head excitedly and looked at Lin Ling proudly, as if saying, Did you see that? Did you see that? Piak, piak, piak. However, just as he turned his head, before he could even say anything, the Dragon Emperor's corpse shook and all the goo worms were thrown out. Then, all the goo worms exploded. On the contrary, the Dragon Emperor's corpse looked at Lin Ling coldly. Ah, why did it turn out like this? The Goo King had gone mad. He spat out a large amount of blood and roared with bloodshot eyes. That was because he clearly sensed that he had succeeded. However, at the critical moment, all his goo worms died, causing him to suffer a backlash that cost him thousands of years of cultivation. Chapter 39:47. A Mysterious Voice. I've already said that you won't succeed. However, Lin Ling said as if it had nothing to do with him. This sentence was undoubtedly hitting him when he was down. After all, Gu King had spent a lot of effort and almost succeeded. But in the end, he failed. He was dispirited and disappointed. However, not only did the others not comfort him, they stepped on him ruthlessly instead. Gu King lifted his head instantly and stared at Lin Ling. Idiot, that's the will of the world. With your Gu, can you clash with the will of the world? Lin Ling smiled again. Holding Yuer's hand, he walked out of the mountain. If he did not leave now, when would he leave? Will of the world? Gu King felt like he was struck by lightning because he also knew what the will of the world was. In that case, he had wasted all his effort previously. The most despicable thing was that Lin Ling knew that it was the will of the world but did not remind him. He only told him the answer after he had spent a lot of effort. Lin Ling, don't run. He hurriedly stood up and tried to catch up to Lin Ling. However, how could the Dragon Emperor's corpse in the sky let him escape? It tangled with Gu King in an instant. It did not look like a corpse at all, but more like it had a spirit. Why are you chasing me? Let me go. Get lost, get lost. In the mountain, Gu King's terrified voice kept ringing. However, the area within 1,000 miles was already filled with dragon corpses at this moment. In the distance, Lin Ling led in Yuer and the rest to escape. However, Lin Ling's expression was also very solemn because he realized that the sky in front was also raining corpses. The sky was filled with corpses. After those dragon corpses landed on the ground, they immediately surrounded Lin Ling and the rest. Lin Ling, be careful. And Yuer also realized that things were a little troublesome. At this moment, a dragon corpse in front spat out black water waves. The speed was also incomparably fast. Break! And Yuer shouted when she saw that. She slashed out with her sword and also slashed out an enormous icicle. However, when the icicle collided with the black-colored water actually swam along the icicle. The icicle started to turn into a black-colored pillar. Furthermore, its speed did not stop as it chased after Yuer. To the side, Lin Ling's pupil shrank. His right hand viciously swatted at Yuer, sending her flying. However, just as he swatted away Yuer, the black water submerged Lin Ling. What surprised Lin Ling was that after being hit by the black water, Lin Ling did not feel any impact. The only change was that Lin Ling felt that the entire world had disappeared. Instead, he appeared alone in the dark sky. A sharp willpower rushed into Lin Ling's mind like an awl, and then crazily devoured everything. Huan Yu is filthy. Only destruction awaits. A brilliant voice with heavenly might also rang out. This made Lin Ling instantly realize that the world's will was invading him, and he was also about to become someone controlled by the world's will. Lin Ling used the human monarch's flame to assimilate it. This black energy is a willpower and is not afraid of ordinary attacks. However, the human monarch's flame is the will of the human monarch. It can resist it. At this moment, the giant ghost's voice suddenly rang out in Lin Ling's mind. Okay. Lin Ling immediately acted as if he was drowning and saw a life-saving straw. He hurriedly controlled the human monarch's flame to burn it out. Sure enough, when the black energy encountered the human monarch's flame, it immediately retreated like darkness meeting dawn. Get lost. Seeing that it was effective, Lin Ling's aura also rose steadily, as if the human monarch had descended. The darkness was like a defeated army, retreating in defeat. However, it was extremely tenacious, constantly twisting, and even emitting a will to resist. This is my body. I am the master. Get lost. Lin Ling naturally could not let the world's will rise from the ashes. He burned all the world's will in his body clean. Interesting. However, when the last bit of the world's will was destroyed, a voice suddenly rang out in Lin Ling's mind. Who is it? Lin Ling's heart changed. He hurriedly checked his body. but found that there was no more world's will. Then he opened his eyes and found that the dragon corpses around him were lying on the ground, motionless. And Yuer stood beside him, crying and shaking him. "Senior Sister Yuer, I'm fine." Lin Ling took the lead to report his safety to Yuer, then looked around cautiously. "Interesting. I didn't expect that a mere brat would actually have the human monarch's flame. The human monarch, the elite monarch of the human world. No wonder his willpower is so terrifying. However, the real world's will has yet to awaken. Otherwise, the human monarch would not be able to compete with it." The voice rang out again, drifting around. Lin Ling frowned instantly, but he also sneered and said, "Your Excellency's tone is quite big, but your way of doing things is also sneaky." "Hee, kid, you're trying to provoke me?" "Unfortunately, I, the demon monarch, am not fooled." The voice rang out again. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. "What a mess of a name. The demon monarch, Yuan Rong. Don't you think this name is very unpleasant? What a cunning kid. After provoking me, you're trying to provoke me and make me show myself. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking." The voice also laughed, but it did not care and said, "But it's fine. I haven't spoken to a human for so many years." Although the old man from before had some skills, he was too stupid. The demon monarch, disdained to talk to him. "You are more like it. Demon Lord, I don't think I have anything to say to you. After all, your worlds will can't be underestimated. I don't want to be controlled by someone else unknowingly. After all, this is the territory of the dragon tribe, and they even dare to control the dragon corpse. I can't let my guard down against such means." Lin Ling shrugged. It seemed like a casual sentence, but in fact, he was also testing the waters. It's just a dragon clan. If it weren't for them." The voice was indeed angry, but it did not say much. Instead, it continued, "Compared to this, the demon monarch, find you more interesting. Moreover, I didn't attack you. You barged in here yourself, so you really can't blame me." What surprised Lin Ling was that the voice was very polite to him from the beginning. No matter how Lin Ling provoked it, the other party did not seem to be angry. However, Lin Ling did not find out any information. At least he knew that there was indeed a dragon clan here. Moreover, it seemed that this guy called the demon monarch, Yuan Rong, was somewhat afraid of the dragon clan. "Senior, you can't blame me. After all, you don't have a sign that says no one is allowed to enter. We warriors have traveled extensively and are used to being free and unfettered. Since there is no sign that says no one is allowed to enter, we must be wandering around. Moreover, among the human warriors, I'm the one who can walk the most. There's no lack of wandering around in this place." Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Chapter 3948. In Trust. "Oh, then what does Senior need me to do?" Lin Ling didn't ask for a reward. Instead, he asked what the other party wanted him to do. The voice obviously knew that Lin Ling was not an ordinary person, so it did not mention the reward. It said faintly, "Help me suppress the seal." "Seal?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed. "That's right. This is related to a very ancient story from the era of gods. In the distant era of gods, an god descended. He was a powerful superior god, and he caused a storm of blood, causing chaos between the human world and the divine world. In the end, all the gods of the divine world joined forces to suppress him. In the end, they sealed this god and split him into 7 pieces, suppressing him in 7 different directions. In the past few years, that god has become restless again, as if he wants to revive. Therefore, I want you to help me. Furthermore, if you can seal god again, it will be a great contribution. There will only be benefits for you." Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes sparkled again. God from the era of gods? Very strong. Also, why didn't those gods kill it? I can't kill him. Gods won't die so easily. I can only seal him into 7 pieces. Because 7 is a sharp number. It has a chaotic sharpness of the great Tao. "So, are you willing to help me?" asked the voice. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't agree, but he didn't reject either. This was because he felt that Demon Emperor Yuan Rong's words were pleasant to hear, but there were too many mysteries hidden within. Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the voice spoke again. By sealing the yes God here, not only have you saved the people of the world, I can also reward you with the divine embryo body. Furthermore, you can obtain the ES God's inheritance after you seal him. Inheritance? This was obviously a huge temptation. After all, how could such a legacy be weak if it was suppressed by countless gods? To be honest, what's sealed here is the right arm of ES God. Seeing that Lin Ling was still silent, the voice continued. If you obtain his right arm, then you will have the right arm of a god. This right arm is even stronger than an ordinary divine fetus because it is the right arm of a superior god. Why don't you seal it? Also, why do you think I can seal it? At this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. When the voice heard Lin Ling's question, it seemed to be a little happy. It smiled and said, "First, I can't seal it. As you can see, I can't resist the world will at all. I'm even partially controlled by the world will. However, I have my own thoughts and am not completely controlled." From what it said, it was not sincerely controlled by the will of the world. In fact, it seemed to want to break free from the will of the world. Of course, towards these words, Lin Ling was non-committal. Second, you can resist the will of the world. You just need to follow the path ahead and come to a valley. Then, tear down a divine talisman. The entire process is extremely simple. After you complete it, you will be able to reach the heavens in a single step. After all, after you are completely sealed, I can also help you refine the right arm of a god. Senior, what you said makes me very tempted. However, I keep feeling that there are too many tricks in this, so I have to be careful. Moreover, since you said that it's so powerful, why don't you let me try refining some dragon bones? Otherwise, if you can't even do this, I really can't believe that you have this power. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and said, "A piece of cake." The voice clearly knew that the young man in front of it was not a fool, so it immediately controlled a dragon corpse to swim over and said indifferently, "Refine it as soon as possible. I'll suppress the will of the world for you. Now, you should believe me?" "Of course I believe you." Lin Ling was shocked and quickly nodded with a smile. That was because it was a real dragon corpse. In fact, if not for your strength being too weak, I could even suppress the Dragon Emperor's corpse for you and let you refine it. However, after you complete the seal and obtain the right arm of a god, your strength will increase greatly. Then, you can also refine the Dragon Emperor's corpse. Then I'll thank you first, Senior. Lin Ling hurriedly dissected the dragon corpse and put it into his cosmos bag. He naturally did not have time to refine it at the moment, but even dissecting the corpse would take a lot of time. After all, these dragon corpses were the corpses of the dragon god race, and were much more precious than the dragon bones of the sky dragon back then. While dissecting the corpse, Lin Ling also asked faintly, "Senior, is that ES god very powerful? Why hasn't he died yet?" More than powerful, the voice was also impatient, so there was a hint of nostalgia in its tone. Back then, that ES god was an all-powerful existence, fighting until the sky and earth turned dark. If not for those experts, that ES god would not have been sealed. Also, let me tell you, there are a total of 9 such ES gods. They are immortal, and their strength is monstrous. Even if one of them is killed, they will reincarnate and make a comeback in the next year. They have always been waiting for that day, to purify the world. The voice spoke more and more, but Lin Ling listened as if it had nothing to do with him. However, in reality, he was already secretly conversing with the giant ghost. However, the giant ghost could not tell the origin of the other party. He only knew that there were many tricks in this matter. Lin Ling naturally knew this. He was pretending to be ignorant now to get the treasure first. After that, regardless of whether he escaped or what, he, Lin Ling, would not lose out. Giant ghost, the thing that you're going to seal can't be the same as Xiaolun, right? Suddenly, Lin Ling's imagination ran wild. However, this casual sentence shocked the giant ghost. Then, it said solemnly, "There is such a possibility, because in my memory, in the ancient era of the gods, there were a total of 9 hosts of the world will. Moreover, they are indeed immortal. For example, Xiaolun is also a host of the world will. She died once, but she still reincarnated. The other hosts may not reincarnate, but they are immortal. In that case, the dragon race has always been on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. They are not living in seclusion, but suppressing the seal here? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. That's possible. And this mysterious voice said that the seal seems to have loosened a little, so it wants you to seal it. If the thing sealed is really the host body of the world's will, I think you really need to seal it. The giant ghost continued. After all, if the host of the world will is revived, there's probably no one in the universe who can stop it, not even the four gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately nodded. However, he still felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. Kid, are you done? At this moment, the voice sounded again, with a hint of excitement and anticipation. Done. Chapter 3949. Divine Grindstone. Follow me. Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, the voice became more urgent and immediately guided Lin Ling forward. Lin Ling and Inuera looked at each other and then followed. Although they felt that something was amiss, it was better not to make any rash decisions before they found out what was wrong. Walking along the mountain path, Lin Ling soon returned to the place where the Gu King was fighting. At a glance, the Gu King was still fighting with the dragons. The scene was extremely spectacular. It was an eye-opener for Lin Ling. That old man's strength was truly extraordinary. He was still alive even now. Lin Ling, why are you still alive? The Gu King soon noticed Lin Ling in the distance and immediately shouted. At that moment, his long hair was messy and his clothes were tattered. He was in a sorry state. How could he not be angry when he saw that Lin Ling was safe and sound? To be honest, it's still too early for me to die. You, on the other hand, look like you're almost there. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled and walked past the ancient mountain with Inuera as if he was shopping. Humph. You're overestimating yourself. Just wait to be torn apart. The Gu King snorted. He knew that if Lin Ling was discovered by the dragon corpses, he would not be able to escape death. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. However, just as he was gloating over Lin Ling's misfortune, he saw Lin Ling walk past the ancient mountain. The surrounding dragon corpses acted as if they didn't see Lin Ling. He's there. He's there. Go and kill him. Are you all blind? Why are you chasing after me? The Gu King was naturally unhappy. He pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. He tried to get the dragon corpses to kill Lin Ling. However, it was to no avail. The Gu King even saw that a few dragon corpses were staring at Lin Ling. However, they did not attack Lin Ling. This Gu King was completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought that with the protection of the sound, the surrounding dragon corpses would not touch Lin Ling at all? Looking at Lin Ling again, he continued to follow the direction of the voice, moving forward along the ancient mountain. Gradually, 8 towering mountains appeared in front of him. These mountains seemed to be even more orderly. Rather than mountains, they were more like stone tablets. Most importantly, these stone tablets were larger than the mountains and exuded an ancient majesty. Ancient divine barrier formation. Lin Ling immediately shouted in shock. Moreover, he discovered that the ancient formation of the Barrier of Gods was actually an integration of 8 large formations. Its complexity had greatly exceeded Lin Ling's understanding. He had a feeling that the 8 stone steels were barriers carved with the blood of gods. They had supreme, divine power. This made Lin Ling even more curious. What exactly were the 8 stone steels suppressing? We're here! We're here! Hurry up! At this moment, the voice suddenly urged. Senior Sister Yuer, you stay here. Lin Ling could not help but look to the side and say. And Yuer knew that she could not help much. So she immediately nodded and stayed in the same place with the golden-white evil spirit. Lin Ling and the giant evil spirit walked toward the huge stone monument. However, to their surprise, the stone monument seemed to be near, but in fact, it was extremely far away. Moreover, there was a strange force around it that forced them to walk. They could not fly at all, and their speed was greatly reduced. Lin Ling had no choice but to walk step by step. However, after walking for a full hour, Lin Ling looked up and immediately realized that the sky was blocked. A huge stone monument towered in front of him, as if an ancient giant was looking down at him. Most importantly, Lin Ling felt a sense of resistance from the stone monument. Hurry up, hurry up! At this moment, the voice was heard again, this time with a hint of anger. Lin Ling had no choice but to cross the huge stone monument. After spending the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, he finally entered the 8 stone monuments. Then, Lin Ling looked up and was immediately shocked to find that the space within the 8 stone monuments was incomparably huge, as if it was a mysterious world. He looked up at the sky again and saw a huge stone mill hanging there. The stone mill was so big that it was even more majestic than the stone monument. There were mottled ancient runes carved on it that made one's heart palpitate. Rumble! At that moment, there was a sudden roar, causing Lin Ling's eardrums to hurt. He hurriedly looked over and realized that the huge divine grindstone was actually rotating. It was just that it was moving at a very, very slow speed. However, every time it rotated, a large amount of blood flowed out from the side of the divine mill. It was as if the divine mill was suppressing the blood of gods and demons. Splash! Even a drop of blood from the huge divine mill would be as huge as a lake when it fell to the ground. Not to mention that the divine mill didn't only have 1 drop of blood. Seeing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. It was hard to imagine who the divine grindstone was grinding. Moreover, after so many years, the person sealed in the divine grindstone was constantly being ground down. Rumble! The divine mill was huge, but finally stopped rotating. In fact, it wasn't that the divine mill had stopped rotating. It was just that it was moving very slowly, so it was difficult to detect. Over here. At this moment, the voice sounded again. Lin Ling immediately followed the voice and saw a large amount of black clouds floating in front of him. However, when they saw Lin Ling approaching, the black clouds immediately dispersed. Lin Ling knew that the black clouds were the will of the world. Originally, when the will of the world encountered Lin Ling, they should have invaded Lin Ling. However, it seemed that the owner of the voice had stopped the will of the world. After passing through a large number of will of the world, it wasn't long before an arm appeared under an ancient rock. The arm was suppressed by the ancient rock, causing blood to flow out continuously. The rock looked ordinary, but there was a yellowish talisman on it. Boy, stick the talisman under the rock. This way, you'll be considered to have succeeded in sealing it. It'll be a great merit. The treasures I promised you will all belong to you. At this moment, the voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately nodded and moved forward with the giant ghost. Just as they approached the rock, an ancient power surged like a storm. The seemingly ordinary rock actually had its own willpower, and it wasn't weak. However, it was stimulated by the rock's willpower. The human monarch's flame immediately appeared in Lin Ling's body and fought against the rock's willpower. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't feel the pressure and moved forward again. As expected, the voice sounded excited. It was obviously not surprised by this scene. It was as if it already knew that Lin Ling could resist the rock's willpower. Seal it. Then, the voice almost roared. Seal. This meant that if the talisman was stuck on the rock, there wouldn't be any problem on the surface. However, for some reason, Lin Ling had a feeling that if he stuck the talisman on the rock, it wouldn't be a seal, but a seal would be broken. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the giant divine mill in the sky. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Chapter 3950. The dragon god had arrived. Once the talisman was stuck on the rock, it would be tore off the talisman from the divine grindstone. The talisman would fall to the ground, greatly reducing the power of the divine grindstone. What are you doing? Hurry up. Don't you want the divine embryo body? Don't you want the divine right arm? Hurry up and seal it. Seeing that Lin Ling was not moving, the voice seemed to be angered. However, Lin Ling ignored it, and his frown deepened. Finally, he moved. The voice was delighted. Just as it was anticipating something, it was enraged. Lin Ling not only did not seal the talisman into the rock, he even removed the talisman. As for the rocks without talismans on them, they suddenly began to shine brightly. Rumble. At this moment, the divine grindstone in the sky was also spinning a little faster. Ah, you. Who told you to remove the talisman? You idiot. Do you know that you are removing the seal? Hurry up and put the talisman back. The voice became pained, and then it cursed angrily. This senior, I saw that the person in the millstone was very pitiful, so I didn't want to seal him. I wanted to let him go, so I removed the talisman. Hearing this, Lin Ling said innocently. The voice was speechless. It hurriedly shouted, "Yes, it's very pitiful. It's been trapped here for countless years. Every day, it has to go through the grinding of a divine mill. So, it's right that you want to help it. However, you'd better stick the talisman on the rock, because to tell you the truth, that's the real release of it. I lied to you before. Now, you'd better quickly put the talisman on the rock. It's best if you give it to that arm." Senior, didn't you say that sticking the talisman on the rock is the seal? Why is it liberating now? This is hard to explain. Now, you should put the talisman on the rock. Please, because the person in the divine grindstone is very pitiful. If you don't save him, I don't know if he can hold on any longer. Senior, I suddenly don't want to save it. Although it's pitiful, it's definitely a person who has done all kinds of bad things to be trapped here. Therefore, I can't release that demon for my own selfish reasons and harm the people of the world. Brat, you're playing me. After a round of bargaining, the voice was completely enraged. He felt that Lin Ling was playing with him. One moment he said he wanted to save him, and the next moment he said he didn't. Did he take him for a fool? Haha, so you've shown your true colors? At this time, Lin Ling finally smiled faintly and waved the talisman in his hand. I feel that you really need this. This talisman is actually not used for sealing. If I'm not wrong, it's actually a key to opening the divine grindstone. So, if you want to get it, and the only way to get it is to put the talisman on the rock. That way you can also get the arm under the rock. Little bastard, you're courting death. Hearing this, the voice was even more furious. Let me guess again. You should be the person in the divine grindstone. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You were tortured by the divine grindstone every day until you were covered in blood, but you were still alive and escaped here. You even wanted to catch me as an idiot to open this cage for you. Unfortunately, you're an idiot, but that doesn't mean I'm an idiot. Lin Ling shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Let me guess again. You should be ES God from the era of gods, and others also call you the world will host. You're immortal, so you've been sealed here all this time. The dragon race's mission is to watch over you, right? Bastard, who are you? What do you even know about the world will host? I found a wrong person. There was no doubt that the voice was about to go crazy. He had finally found a chance to escape, but it had been ruined by Lin Ling. If he had known this would happen, he would have rather believed in the idiotic old man outside the mountain. The idiot old man in his heart was naturally the Goo King. Unfortunately, although the Goo King was powerful, he could not get close to this place without a strong will protecting him. So, he could only think about it. Of course, no matter how he thought about it, he knew that he had missed one point. Lin Ling knew about the world will host and guessed his origin. Brat, remember, I won't let you off. When I come out, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. The voice became venomous. Thank you for thinking about me so much. But before that, I'll inform the dragon race to seal you again. Now goodbye. Oh, right. Thank you for your dragon corpse. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Holding the talisman, he strode away from the rock. I won't let you off. The resentful voice sounded from behind Lin Ling. Unfortunately, these words were neither painful nor itchy to Lin Ling, who had experienced countless things. Lin Ling looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was extremely nervous. Step by step, he walked out of the world filled with black clouds. However, when he arrived outside the 8 stone tablets, he realized that a large number of azure dragons had gathered outside the stone tablets. These azure dragons were alive. They hovered in the sky, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Looking at the countless dragon gods, and Yuer was looking at Lin Ling worriedly. Human, what are you doing here? A deep voice rang out as a terrifying dragon's breath surged over, causing Lin Ling to lose his footing and nearly be sent flying backward. A real dragon god was indeed terrifying. Let her go. Lin Ling could not care about himself anymore. Looking at Yuer, his eyes turned cold. What are you doing here? However, the model dragon god from before roared again. Looking at that gaze, it seemed like it wanted to tear Lin Ling apart. Wait. But at that moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in the sky, causing all the dragon gods to stop and look at the sky. The divine grindstone has begun to rotate. The worlds did not succeed. The voice in the sky sounded again, causing all the dragon gods to be stunned. Then, they finally relaxed. It was obvious that they had appeared here because they were afraid that the taboo of the gods and demons would escape. Fortunately, things did not exceed their expectations. Get lost. What did you do to my wife? However, Lin Ling ignored them and immediately rushed toward Yuer. You're courting death. The leading dragon god shouted majestically and wanted to devour Lin Ling. Don't touch him. He's the one who sealed the world's will. At that moment, the voice in the sky sounded again, causing the attitude of all the dragon gods to change. Rumble. At that moment, Lin Ling, who was in midair, had arrived. Unknowingly, he had already fused with his talent. A terrifying palm arrived and directly smashed the leading dragon god into the ground. Boom! The ground split open, and the dragon god hovering in midair sank deep into the ground. Chapter 39:51. Dragon Valley. Roar. Almost at the same time, the dragon god that had been smashed to the ground earlier rushed up again. It glared fiercely at Lin Ling, but it did not act rashly. Boom! However, just as it got up, Lin Ling stomped down again, landing on the dragon god's head and stomping it back to the ground. All the dragon gods sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this kid crazy? One had to know that when ordinary people saw the dragon race, they would only be respectful and reverent. However, this kid was good. He was beating them up like crazy, as if he did not put the dragon god in his eyes at all. Little friend, we were wrong before. We did not investigate everything and wronged you. Don't worry, your little girlfriend is fine. At this moment, the ancient voice in the sky sounded again. The voice also made the beaten dragon god not dare to flare up. At this moment, Lin Ling had already arrived beside Yuer. Only then did he realize that Yuer had been imprisoned by a powerful force. This made him look at the sky with red eyes. Get lost. All the dragon gods sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only did this guy beat up the dragon gods, he even dared to scold the dragon emperor. All right, it's my fault. The ancient voice in the sky carried a bitter smile. Come to the Dragon Valley. After Lin Ling's anger, he realized that Yuer was fine after all. Only then did he vent his anger and say, lead the way. All the dragon gods were helpless, but they also knew that the dragon emperor was very easy to talk to this human, so they did not dare to do anything to Lin Ling. Come on up. The leader of the dragon gods also let out a bitter laugh. Humph. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored it and flew towards another dragon god within Yuer. After landing on the dragon god, he said indifferently, let's go. And this arrogant appearance made all the dragon gods shake their heads. They obviously didn't expect this tiny human to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that Lin Ling had been extremely worried about Yuer. In addition, he had helped the dragon clan seal the seal and even came from afar to deliver the message. Not only did the dragon clan not thank him, they even almost wanted to kill him. If it was anyone else, their mood wouldn't be any better. Countless dragon gods soared in the sky at an incomparably fast speed. Standing on the dragon gods, Lin Ling could also see the entire continent. At this moment, the anger in his heart finally subsided a little. He looked at the ancient land and felt a little heroic. The dragon race was one of the most mysterious and ancient races in the universe. Today, not only did he see it, he even stepped on the dragon god and roamed the sky. If this matter were to spread back to the Snow Wind Academy, it would make countless people jealous. Moreover, Lin Ling found that these dragon gods were exactly the same as the dragons he knew when he was a child. They had snake body, lizard legs, eagle claws, snake tail, antlers, fish scales, whiskers at the corners of their mouths, and pearls under their foreheads. He never dreamed that the mythical stories he heard when he was a child were actually true. At least he was really standing on a dragon god. Dragon Pearl. Then, Linling looked not far away and found that the flying dragons were all holding mysterious pearls in their claws. Some were holding 2 pearls, and some were holding 1. However, compared to the dragon pearls Linling had seen before, these were hundreds of times larger. Moreover, all the dragon gods had dragon pearls. This made Linling think of the dragons he saw outside. Not many of them had dragon pearls. "We're here." A moment later, the dragon god under his feet spat out human words. Looking around, an incomparably vast valley appeared in front of him. The valley was colorful and filled with divine aura. Looking from the sky, one could find that the valley was filled with birds and flowers, as if it was a paradise. Moreover, on the ground, many dragon gods were hovering there, swallowing the clouds and riding the mist. It was extremely magical. Moreover, those countless dragon gods also noticed the arrival of Linling in the sky and revealed a curious expression. Looking from afar, countless dragon gods looked up. The scene was incomparably spectacular, as if 10,000 dragons were roaring. Even Linling was shocked. In his life, this was the first time he had encountered so many dragon gods. Moreover, if these dragon gods went to the final world, what 10 great martial gods of the 9 regions? They were simply farts. Just as he was lost in thought, the dragon gods beneath his feet had already landed on the ground. Meanwhile, Linling, who was holding Yu Er's hand, also floated down. Only now did he realize that the Dragon Valley was even grander than he had imagined. Its massive entrance was even wider than any city gate. However, at this moment, Linling suddenly noticed that the dragon pearls on his body were jumping. It was those dragon demons. The dragon demons seemed to be very excited because they had arrived at the home of the dragons. Although most of these dragon demons were human and had been transformed by the ghost dragon god using evil techniques, it was undeniable that they more or less had the bloodline of a dragon in their bodies. Therefore, they more or less had a sense of belonging to the dragon race. "Come out." Linling immediately released all the dragon demons. After those tall dragon demons appeared, they immediately knelt down to the Dragon Valley. Looking at the dragon gods around Linling, they were used to it and were full of arrogance. This was because they had long been used to this scene. They also knew that in the universe, there were many dragons with impure bloodlines. Therefore, in front of these dragons with impure bloodlines, they were naturally superior. Of course, this kind of arrogance was obviously useless against Linling. Moreover, in the hearts of all the dragon gods, Linling was an anomaly. "Go in." The leader of the dragon gods couldn't be arrogant in front of Linling and said kindly. Linling immediately nodded and entered while holding in Yuer's hand. However, the dragon demons were not allowed to enter the Dragon Valley and could only kneel outside the valley. This obviously made Linling a little unhappy, but he also realized that even if they could enter, those dragon demons wouldn't dare to. This was why he didn't flare up in the end. The dragon cleansing pool is very suitable for them. At this moment, the leader of the dragon gods said faintly. The so-called dragon cleansing pool was the place where the dragon gods bathed. Although it didn't sound like much to the dragon demons, it was a place where they were reborn. If they could be contaminated with more dragon chi, they could also transform again. Dragons also have 3 horns and 9 ranks. The dragon that crosses the dragon cleansing pool is also a dragon, but not a dragon god. Those who have dragon blood are also dragons, but not dragon gods. The true dragon gods have the purest bloodline passed down from generation to generation. Even the Dragon Valley has strict orders that the dragon gods are not allowed to marry outsiders. This is to preserve the bloodline of the dragon gods. The leader of the dragon gods led Linling in. After entering, Linling realized that the spiritual energy in the valley was extremely rich, causing the huge vortex in his dantian to spin wildly. This was the effect of the demigod divine pill. Let's go see the Dragon Emperor. Then the dragon gods said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and walked along the Dragon Valley. Wherever they passed, Lin Ling could also see a large number of dragon gods looking at them, making Lin Ling feel like he had come to a land of giants. How magical! Chapter 39:52. To meet the Dragon Emperor. The main road of the Dragon Valley was also very wide. Lin Ling and Yi Shiwen looked around as they walked. Not long after, a cave appeared in front of them. What surprised Lin Ling was that the cave was not big. Instead, it looked more like a cultivation cave for martial artists. Pacing back and forth outside the cave, Lin Ling pondered whether or not he should enter. "Little friend, come in." However, at this moment, a kind voice came from the cave. Lin Ling and Inyuer looked at each other, then strode into the cave. Inside the cave, there was an ancient fragrance, and there were many calligraphy and paintings hanging from the walls. It was extremely elegant. An old man wearing a loose robe, holding a brush in his hand, was writing something in front of a desk. "This is the Dragon Emperor?" Seeing this, Lin Ling and Inyuer were both shocked, because no matter how one looked at him, the Dragon Emperor looked like a very ordinary old man. Although our dragon clan is blessed by the heavens, we can't compare to you humans when it comes to being refined and refined." At this time, the old man slowly turned around. He had a slender beard, pure white and flawless, and his eyebrows were extremely long. He looked extremely amiable, and Lin Ling had a strange thought. He really wanted to pull out those beards, because those seemed to be precious dragon beards. Of course, this was just a thought. Other than his beard and eyebrows, the other aspects of this old man were ordinary. If there was anything special about him, it would be his eyes. This was because the old man's eyes were half closed, as if he was still sleeping. "Thank you for helping us seal the will of the world." The old man looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile, "Previously, our dragon cave was disturbed by someone, so our eyes all fell in the dragon cave. Who knew that this was the cunning method of the world will? It used a diversion method to attract all the dragon gods to the dragon cave, and the so-called dragon cave is the place where the past dragon gods fell. There are a large number of dragon corpses there. Our attention was attracted, and the will of the world attempted to break the seal, but in the end, it was interrupted by you by a stroke of luck. It's nothing." Hearing this, Lin Ling roughly guessed what was going on and smiled. "This is a great contribution because our dragon clan has been suppressing the seal here for a long time. If we let the seal escape, then we will have failed to live up to the trust of others." The old man smiled kindly. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Entrust? Could it be that such a powerful dragon had been entrusted to someone else? As if sensing Lin Ling's curiosity, the old man smiled and said, "Boy, Huan Yu is much more complicated than you think. Although our dragon god is powerful, there are people above us who are even more powerful than us." Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard that. Could it be that those powerful people were superior gods? "Well, you have helped our dragon clan, and we will not treat you unfairly. We will reward you with a dragon god battle armor." This battle armor was made by the 28th generation Dragon Emperor. It took him 9,999 years to collect divine iron and dragon scales from outside Huan Yu to make it. Its greatest function is to heal injuries. The old man continued. As he spoke, he flipped his hands and held a set of azure blue battle armor. The surface of this battle armor was covered with dragon scales and was extremely exquisite. Lin Ling was delighted. Battle armor made by the Dragon Emperor? Be careful. This battle armor has a dragon's soul, but can't take a beating, the old man said again. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Wasn't the battle armor used for defense? Why couldn't it take a beating? Seeing Lin Ling's strange look, the old man couldn't help but laugh. That half-asleep look seemed to have woken up a little. This set of battle armor is used for healing, but this kind of healing is targeted at the dragon god. If a human wears it, it won't be healing, but it will continue to improve your dragon god bloodline. In other words, it will improve your dragon god talent and eventually become a dragon god. As for why it is like this, because when our dragon god is injured, its dragon chi will be greatly reduced, and it needs the battle armor to strengthen its foundation. This kind of strengthening foundation and strengthening of the foundation for humans is to improve their dragon chi, dragon blood, and from another point of view, is to improve their talent. In addition, this battle armor is very heavy and has the power of 100,000 worlds. Hearing this, Lin Ling's mouth opened wide. Currently, he only has the power of 30,000 worlds. Not to mention the other aspects of this battle armor. Just its weight alone can crush him to death. But don't worry, in its initial state, the Dragon God battle armor has the power of 10,000 worlds. It will slowly increase the power of the world as the owner's strength increases. This process is actually to improve your physical strength. The old man laughed, making Lin Ling come to a realization. All right, I'll put it on for you first. Then, the old man raised his hands, and a large number of dragon talismans appeared. They were sparkling and resplendent and landed on the battle armor, and the battle armor immediately opened up. Looking carefully, how is this battle armor? It is simply a huge dragon skin. However, after the dragon talismans floated over, the dragon skin began to change and wrapped Lin Ling. Then, a set of azure majestic armor appeared on Lin Ling's body. This armor is covered in dragon light, and the crown is made of phoenix feathers, causing Lin Ling's entire temperament to change, as if he is a dragon general. So beautiful. At the side, and Yue's beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up. The current Lin Ling is indeed much more impressive. She reckons that when Lin Ling shows this Shun Wei battle armor in the final world, many women will be moved. Not bad. This battle armor is very comfortable. Lin Ling stroked the battle armor and nodded in satisfaction. This is just the beginning. But this time, the old man said with a smile. He controlled the dragon talismans and landed them on Lin Ling's battle armor. A huge dragon talisman appeared on his legs, arms, and crown in all 5 directions before disappearing into it. Bang! The ground where Lin Ling is standing on instantly sank by a lot, and Lin Ling also felt as if he is carrying 10,000 worlds. Initial strength, the strength of 10,000 worlds. This battle armor, Lin Ling's face changed immediately. Don't remove the dragon talismans so easily. Although the moment you remove them, your strength will instantly increase, but you will have to start from the beginning again. This is because the Dragon God battle armor strength is slowly increasing. If it is interrupted, it will naturally return to its original state. The old man hurriedly said. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Could it be that he will have to carry this set of battle armor all the time? But then he realized that the double Dragon God talent in his body was slowly increasing. Moreover, his physical strength was also slowly increasing under the stimulation of external objects. Most importantly, this kind of increase has no side effects because the battle armor is also constantly repairing Lin Ling's injured body. This battle armor is precious. How is it? Seeing that Lin Ling is sensing the Dragon God battle armor, the old man suddenly asked. Senior, this battle armor is indeed not used for battle, but it is also used to assist in cultivation. Now I feel very good. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and said, after all, the weight on his body is too huge, but he believes that it won't be long before he gets used to it. That's good. Chapter 39:53. Leave. Lin Ling didn't expect the Dragon Emperor to have guessed it. He immediately took out the letter that Lei Gong had given him and handed it to the Dragon Emperor. Seeing the Dragon Emperor accept it with both hands, Lin Ling immediately felt relieved because he had finally completed the last mission in Kaiyuan River. This also meant that the second mission of the Trial of God had been completed. Of course, at this point, he knew how difficult the Trial of God was. No wonder so many people wanted to become trial takers, but each god only had 10 trial takers. Then, Lin Ling saw the Dragon Emperor frowning as he read the letter in his hand. He didn't want to disturb him, so he left the cave within Yue. Outside the cave, there were still birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Warm sunlight shone down from the sky. It was unknown whether it was the sunlight from Huanyu or the sunlight from the Kaiyuan River. Bang! However, it was extremely difficult for Lin Ling to walk. Every step left a footprint, and he was drenched in sweat. Lin Ling, do you need my help? And Yuer naturally knew that this was the effect of the dragon god battle armor. No need, I can hold on. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and smiled, nodding resolutely. Seeing Lin Ling being so stubborn, and Yuer shook her head helplessly. However, she also knew Lin Ling's character. Once he decided on something, even 9 bulls couldn't pull him back. Therefore, she didn't stop Lin Ling. Let's go and find a place to sit. Lin Ling, on the other hand, wore his battle armor and walked forward step by step. However, looking at his appearance, it was extremely comical. He couldn't even walk steadily, like a child who had just learned to walk. Roar, roar, roar. There were many dragon gods not far away, and when they saw this scene, they could not help but let out strange laughter. So noisy, it's none of your business. Seeing those dragon gods, Lin Ling cursed angrily. But in exchange, there were even more laughter, and Yuer, on the other hand, curled her lips. She reckoned that among humans, Lin Ling was probably the only one who dared to scold the dragon gods like this. Bang! Finally, under a huge ancient tree, Lin Ling couldn't take it anymore and sat down weakly. Then, he looked at the majestic battle armor and thought of those dragon gods who were laughing at him. So, he gritted his teeth, took out another blue robe, and covered the surface of the battle armor. This blue robe was clearly not an ordinary item. It was bought from God's shop and had the power to block one's aura. Under the cover of the robe, Lin Ling also returned to his former appearance. At least he didn't have to be a thorn in the side of others. After resting like this for a long time, when Lin Ling felt that he was gradually adapting, the Dragon Emperor came again. He looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "Congratulations, you've helped the dragon race seal the world's will. So Lei Gong has decided that you become a 3-star trial taker. You only need to complete 1 more mission, then you can step into 4-star. That's great." Hearing this, Lin Ling was delighted. This was because only he knew how difficult the trial missions were. Some trial takers even spent thousands of years to complete a mission, and they might not succeed. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had completed 2 missions at the same time. This also meant that Lin Ling could make 2 requests of the old woman when he returned. Also, your Lei Gong wants you to return as soon as possible, the old man said again. Okay. Lin Ling nodded and stood up. He looked into the distance because this trip to the Kaiyuan River had taken up a lot of his time. Calculating the time, the 3-year promise was coming soon. During this period of time, Lin Ling's strength had also increased greatly. Perhaps only he knew the bitterness in his heart. Longyang had Wentian martial gods' special training, while Lin Ling could only rely on himself. However, Lin Ling was confident that everything he had received was not much worse than Longyang. I've sent the letter, found my wife, and my brothers are safe and sound. It's time to leave. At this moment, Lin Ling realized that the dragon god's armor on his body seemed to have become much lighter. Hee, it's not easy for you to come all the way here. However, you've gained as much as you've sacrificed, the old man said with a smile as he looked at Lin Ling. Through his conversation with Lei Gong, he knew what kind of person this kid in front of him was. He also thought highly of Lin Ling. Then, Senior, I'll take my leave. Lin Ling bowed slightly to the Dragon Emperor. He held in Yuer's hand and walked along the main road of the Dragon Valley with large strides. However, this time, he did not walk in a wretched manner. Instead, he walked with confidence and composure. The old man looked at the spirited young man and nodded. He said calmly, "Send him back." When the order was given, the surrounding dragon gods immediately let out a low roar. Lin Ling arrived outside the Dragon Valley and took the platinum evil spirit and the giant ghost away. Then, you want to check on the dragon demons. In a huge, ancient pool filled with mist, a large number of huge figures were faintly discernible in the mist. They were also letting out deafening dragon roars. When Lin Ling approached, he was surprised to find that the dragon demon's strength had greatly increased. Many of the dragon demons had broken through to the martial god realm. Their bloodlines had also become purer. Furthermore, they no longer looked like dragon demons. At least a portion of them had regained their human appearance. "My lord," after seeing Lin Ling, the dragon demons said gratefully. They knew that if it were not for Lin Ling, they would never have been able to come to the Dragon Valley in their entire lives. They were very grateful to Lin Ling for this. "Everyone, your strength has increased greatly. Do you plan to leave or continue to follow me?" Lin Ling was happy for these dragon demons. "Of course we're following you, my lord, because in my Lord Dragon Ball, there is also our home." One of the dragon demons laughed. Lin Ling suddenly remembered that the dragon pearl seemed to lead to another world. It was no wonder that these dragon demons were not bored in it. Then, Lin Ling put them back into the dragon pearl and planned to leave. However, at this moment, a dragon god flew over and told Lin Ling that it was under the Dragon Emperor's orders to send Lin Ling out of the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling naturally would not refuse. He leaped onto the dragon god with an yuer, and the dragon god flew into the sky. This time, it did not fly in the direction of the ocean of death, but toward the sky. "Don't tell me this guy wants to fly over the Kaiyuan River." Lin Ling immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. His evaluation of the dragon god in his heart involuntarily went up a notch. Rumble. The sound of water was everywhere as the dragon god rushed into the Kaiyuan River. However, Lin Ling and Inuer, who were above the dragon god, did not feel any pressure. Instead, they enjoyed the beautiful scenery around them. To humans, they could be considered as one of the few people who could fly over the Kaiyuan River. Red Bodhi Scripture, Celestial Venerable Shu. 6 paths of myriad wind and cloud manipulation. Lin Ling appreciated it for a moment, then began to cultivate. What he cultivated was the Bodhi Testimony Divine Technique. When Lin Ling cultivated this divine technique, he could see the wind and clouds roiling in the sky. The wind and clouds were flowing, but they carried with them an extremely mysterious melody. Lin Ling was like a gust of wind, a cloud, moving with the wind and clouds, flowing through the 9 provinces and arriving at the era of the gods. Chapter 39:54. The Legend of the Dragon God. Finally, when he reached the stage of fullness, the soul force in his mind began to hurt. This made Lin Ling realize that he had to let it go. If he continued to cultivate, he would not be able to achieve anything. Looking at his soul force again, it had reached 23,500. This speed of improvement could be said to be terrifying. "Huan Yu, we're almost there." "Yes." At this moment, the dragon god also made a sound, which made Lin Ling's mind jolt. Then, he looked at the Kaiyuan River reluctantly. Through the rolling river, he seemed to see the demonic forest under the river, the Guyuan mountain range, and an ancient dragon wasteland. He believed that even after thousands of years, the legend of Lin Ling would still be passed down there. The void of Huan Yu was quiet and distant. In the distance, the stars were bright, like eyes looking at the whole world. Whoosh! However, in this dark void, there was a huge river rolling. From afar, it looked like the Milky Way. If one looked closer, the river was magnificent, as if it could drown anything in the universe. And this river seemed to have no end, dividing the dark void. It was extremely magical. Looking at the side of the rolling river, pieces of broken continents were scattered there. If one got closer, one could even see martial artists passing through the continents. And those continents were the banks of the river. As for that Milky Way, it was the Kaiyuan River. The Kaiyuan River, one of the 7 forbidden lands of the 9 states. Legend has it that this is another universe, but hasn't taken shape yet. However, the battles inside are extremely fierce, and only gods can enter. In the distance of the Kaiyuan River, an old man with a large number of young people was floating there, and his eyes were dignified as he spoke. "This time, I'm only taking you to see the Kaiyuan River from afar. When you've mastered your skills in the future, you could try to explore by yourself. Remember, the road is under your feet. Walk more, Then you can see further, but you have to do everything according to your ability. The old man exhorted again. Grandmaster Lien, this Kaiyuan River is so big. Where do those powerful warriors wander around? A young man asked curiously. Under the river. The old man smiled and suddenly pointed to the Kaiyuan River. Wow! Everyone cried out in surprise. They never thought that the Kaiyuan River would be under the Great River. Your teacher, I was quite lucky back then. I had once roamed that place with experts. There were Demon Yuan Forest, ancient Yuan Mountain Range, and even ancient Dragon Desolate Land. After that, the old man looked at the young men with a proud expression. The eyes of the young men all flashed as they listened with anticipation. They were here to observe the Kaiyuan River, but that didn't stop them from yearning for it. In the future, they would definitely enter this magical place. Master Lien, you're amazing, a young girl suddenly said with adoration. This young girl was very good-looking, pure, and cute. After she spoke, the surrounding youths more or less stared at her with a strange light in their eyes. You flatter me. Although I've been to those places, I've been with the Alliance. It's impossible for me to go there alone. Of course, I haven't been to the entire Kaiyuan River. After all, there are rumors that at the end of the Kaiyuan River, there's an endless Dead Sea. There are countless terrifying monsters there. If you cross the Dead Sea, you'll reach the other side of the Kaiyuan River. As the old man spoke, a look of nostalgia appeared in his eyes as he recalled the battles of the past. The other side of the Kaiyuan River? What's that? Everyone held their breaths and became even more curious. The old man smiled mysteriously. According to the rumors, there's an ancient continent on the other side, and that's also the hometown of the Dragon Clan. Boom! As soon as he said that, there was no doubt that the hearts of these hot-blooded young men exploded. The Dragon Clan. They had heard of this legend before. It was said that the Dragon Clan was the noblest of all. They were left behind during the era of the gods, and all the dragons in the 9 states were their descendants. I wonder what the legendary dragon god looks like. The cute young girl who spoke before said with a yearning look. So far, I haven't heard of anyone reaching the other side of the Kaiyuan River. As for the Dragon Clan, just think about it, because no human is qualified to meet the dragon god. The old man was very satisfied with the expressions of the young men, because curiosity was one of the factors that motivated a warrior to become stronger. Perhaps in the future, these little guys would continue to become stronger because they wanted to meet the dragon god. Of course, he also knew that this was just wishful thinking. The Dragon Clan wasn't that easy to meet. Master Lien, has no one ever seen the dragon god? The young girl from before asked again. Of course, unless it's a god. Due to the pride of the Dragon Clan, they disdain to appear in front of humans. The old man nodded slightly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Kaiyuan River in front of them exploded. The turbulent river water turned into a huge whirlpool and rushed into the void. From afar, it looked like a dragon sucking in water. Then, under the Kaiyuan River, a huge figure rushed out. It was huge and winding, and it was majestic. It was a dragon god. Everyone was tongue-tied. They pointed forward and couldn't say a word. The old man even pulled out a few strands of his beard because he was also shocked. What a mighty dragon god. This is a real dragon. Its aura is so strong. Look, there's someone above the dragon god. Muwan, are you kidding? The Dragon Clan is the most arrogant. How can there be someone above the dragon god? The young men's voices were trembling, and their eyes were full of worship. I'm not lying. Look, the cute young girl from before said stubbornly. Her little hand was also pointing into the distance. However, this time, even Master Lien shook his head. He thought to himself, is this little girl Mu Wan scared out of her wits? He wanted to persuade Mu Wan to calm down and not be frightened by the dragon god's aura. However, before he could say anything, Master Lien's eyes also trembled. That was because the huge dragon god in front of them stopped flying. Then, 2 figures floated down. It was a man and a woman. The woman was as beautiful as a fairy and breathtaking. The man was dressed in a blue robe and was handsome and otherworldly. So beautiful. Looking at the immortal couple, all the young men's hearts trembled. Master Lien pulled out a few strands of his beard. Then, he was even more excited than the young man. Damn it, who said that the dragon god was arrogant? Now, it was being ridden by someone. Thank you. I'll visit your Dragon Valley when I'm free. At this time, the young man in the blue robe in front of them said with a smile. All right, go ahead. Our Dragon Valley will always welcome you. Now that I've sent you here, I can complete my mission perfectly. Goodbye. The mighty dragon god spoke in human language. He circled around the void and finally rushed into the Kaiyuan River, stirring up the river water and causing it to shoot up into the sky. As for the couple, they too flew into the distance and gradually disappeared into the void. Isn't the dragon god the most arrogant? I think it's easy to talk to him. Chapter 3955. They had arrived at Qingzhou. Today's trip was not in vain. When I go back, I can also brag to others. After the two of them left, all the youths started to laugh in high spirits. Master Lien, what's wrong? However, the girl named Mu Wan was observant and noticed that there was something wrong with the old man beside her. With a shout, everyone looked at the highly respected and knowledgeable Master Lien. Then they realized that this senior's mouth was agape, and he was frozen in place. Master Lien, someone hurriedly flew over. After a moment of investigation, he said in shock, Master, he fainted from fright. Everyone was petrified. Was this still the knowledgeable Master Lien? It was just a dragon god. Although it was very surprising, it was not to the extent of fainting from fright. How could they know that in the millions of years of history of the 9 regions, no one had ever seen the dragon god, let alone someone riding the dragon god? Therefore, to Master Lien, today's scene was no different from an old sow climbing a tree. Even a salted fish could turn over a new leaf. At this moment, on the other side of the universe, Lin Ling held in Yuer's hand and strode forward. Ha 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 ha! At this moment, Lin Ling was undoubtedly very happy. He laughed as he walked. Why are you smiling so happily? By the way, when we came out earlier, it seems like many people saw us from afar. And Yuer rolled her eyes and said, Who cares? Lin Ling didn't care. Then, he looked at Yuer with a smile and said, Most importantly, I brought my wife back. Ha ha! And Yuer was shocked. She didn't expect the usually calm Lin Ling to be laughing so foolishly because of her. She was instantly moved and held Lin Ling's hand even tighter. I can have my wedding night. However, Lin Ling's next sentence also made Yuer curse. So this guy was happy because of this. She flung Lin Ling's hand away, picked up her skirt, and left first. You're always thinking about that. She left behind a sentence with a hint of displeasure. However, Lin Ling did not care at all. Instead, he looked at Yuer's long legs that were occasionally exposed under her long dress. Her skin was as smooth as jade. If he touched it, it would feel really good. Sister Yuer, sister. Lin Ling's gaze was still fixated on the scenery by Yuer's skirt. He quickly chased after her. Let's go to Qingzhou first. Grandfather and mother have been worried about you for a long time. Let's go and tell them that you're safe. He xiao is Wuxia. Xiao. It had xiao. And Yuer nodded when she thought of Patriarch Taiyin and Ani Immonianchen. Then let's speed up. Watch me. Lin Ling caught up with Yuer and waved his right hand. A ray of light flew out from his sleeve and turned into a palm-sized wooden gourd in front of Lin Ling. What's this? And Yuer's curiosity was piqued. I bought all the treasures in the shop of gods. This is the flying flower gourd. It's very fast. It only takes 2 hours to reach Qingzhou from here. Lin Ling said, as if he was presenting a treasure. It's that powerful. And Yuer's eyes flickered with curiosity. Lin Ling didn't explain. He held in Yuer's hand and jumped down. The gourd suddenly became as big as a boat. Lin Ling carried in Yuer and sat in the gourd. Then, the gourd's but faced forward while its mouth faced backward. A large number of flower petals sprayed out from the mouth of the gourd. Whoosh! Under the urging of the flower petals, the gourd flew into the distance like a meteor. Behind the gourd were 2 evil spirits, one big and one small. At this moment, they were cursing Lin Ling for not being a brother and leaving them behind. Looking back, the sky was filled with flowers. It was extremely beautiful. Is it beautiful? Lin Ling chuckled on the gourd. Beautiful. And Yuer nodded heavily. Then, she realized that Lin Ling's hand had landed on her thigh. This made her instantly understand why this fellow had gotten a gourd-shaped mount. It turned out that he wanted to take advantage of her. After all, if he had gotten a palace-like mount, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to stick so close to her. You're too dirty. Thinking of this, and Yuer curled her lips. However, her words made Lin Ling smile. Not only did his hands not stop, but he also slowly explored her smooth, jade-like thighs. If someone was here at this moment, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Because in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Ling was cold and handsome, but now he was laughing nonstop. And Yuer was even more exaggerated. She could be called an ice beauty. However, in front of Lin Ling, she was like an ordinary girl. Even she was more talkative. Perhaps they would only show that kind of innocence in front of each other. 2 hours later, Xianxia appeared in front of them. This ancient continent was full of vitality. In the sky, there were figures passing through from time to time. It seemed that they were not weak. Lin Ling and Yuer stopped in the sky and looked down. Lin Ling, in particular, had a nostalgic look in his eyes. This was because he hadn't been back for many years. More importantly, this was the first divine prefecture that he had ventured into after coming to the martial god realm. I wonder if Grandpa and the others are doing well. And Yuer suddenly said to Yu, don't worry, I've already asked people to protect this place. Unless those guys don't want to live, they definitely won't dare to disturb this place. Lin Ling said with a smile. He brought in Yuer and rushed toward Xianxia. Lin Ling was naturally not worried about Xianxia. This was because Lei Gong had promised him to protect Xianxia. After reaching the ground, Lin Ling looked into the distance. It was as if the entire Xianxia was in his eyes. The martial god barracks, the great Azure Divine Dynasty, the 5-ring city, the 3 great academies, and so on all had Lin Ling's memories. Something's not right. Suddenly, Lin Ling frowned. This was because he heard some strange sounds with his ear of chaos. Moreover, he also sensed a different aura with his soul power. He was naturally very familiar with that aura. It was the Gu King from the place of eternal rest. That guy had actually escaped the Dragon Corpse's pursuit. The Dragon Emperor must have suddenly recalled the Dragon Corpse. That was why he was lucky enough to survive. However, Lin Ling did not expect that the first place that guy came to after escaping was Xianxia. Although Lin Ling did not know why the old man was here, he knew that he was definitely not here as a guest. This old man is really stubborn. He didn't dare to come openly, but he actually secretly attacked. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold, because the Gu King was good at secretly attacking people. Even though Lei Gong had asked people to guard this place, they did not notice anything strange in the short term. Follow me. Chapter 3956. Third Princess's Disciple. Next, Lin Ling led Yuer forward towards the great Azure Divine Dynasty. Along the way, Lin Ling had been secretly investigating. Moreover, the Gu King was extremely powerful, so Lin Ling did not even dare to release the evil ghost jellyfish. However, Lin Ling's soul force had been greatly improved. Relying on his soul force, he was able to find out the truth. Moreover, a bronze mirror appeared in Lin Ling's hand. This was the Guangyang mirror. As long as one's soul force entered it, everything that one's soul force detected would be reflected in the mirror. This mirror was naturally a divine artifact bought from God's shop. He saw an old man sitting cross-legged in a dark room. His face was pale, and he would occasionally let out some crazy cries. Moreover, every time he cried out, it seemed as if he was venting something, and he would continuously vomit blood. This old ghost is injured, and his injuries are not light. Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up, and Yuer also leaned over to the side. After seeing the scene in the mirror, she couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling roughly looked for a while and immediately put away the mirror. Then, he said to Yuer, "Seeing your sister Yuer, you're too beautiful. When we enter the city, I'm afraid there will be a sensation. That's easy. Hearing this, Inyur smiled and took out a veil to cover her beautiful face. Although she was still a devastatingly beautiful woman, she was no longer as stunning as before. That's great. Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction. Holding Yuer's hand, he was about to quicken his pace. Big brother, wait. However, right at that moment, a shout suddenly sounded from afar. Then, a young man flew over. This person's strength was ordinary. Originally, Lin Ling didn't want to pay attention to him. However, he saw that the other party was wearing a set of armor, and that armor was from the Martial God Battalion. Martial God Battalion? Speaking of which, he, Lin Ling, was currently the Grand Marshal of the 6 divisions. Do you know which way is the Great Azure Divine Dynasty? After the young man arrived, he smiled and explained, I just came to the Martial God Realm not long ago. This is the first time I'm going to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, so I'm not familiar with the place. This was the same as Lin Ling in the past. He had also served in the Martial God Camp before going to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. It just so happens that we are going to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Let's go together. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. This young man was from a Martial Gods Battalion, so Lin Ling decided to bring him along. Thank you, big brother. The young man was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. However, when he looked at Inyur, he was clearly shocked, because although Inyur was wearing a veil, her temperament was indifferent. He felt that she was definitely a rare beauty. However, he still abided by the rules. He only took a glance and didn't dare to look again. The 3 of them chatted as they walked. Through their conversation, Lin Ling found out that this young man was called Li Hu, and he was indeed from the Martial Gods Battalion. Big brother, where did you guys come from? Li Hu was very polite to Lin Ling. We just came back from the outside. Lin Ling said with a smile. The outside? Could it be the other divine lands? Oh my god, you've left Qingzhou? Qingzhou is so big. I haven't even finished exploring it, but big brother, you went to the other divine lands. How enviable. The young man was undoubtedly shocked, but he comforted himself and said, Big brother, the outside you're talking about should be the myriad realms. Then, when he saw that Lin Ling didn't say anything, he immediately confirmed his thoughts. I heard that Qingzhou is the weakest among the 9 prefectures. The other divine lands are the scary ones. I really hope to have a chance to go to the other divine lands in this life. He walked side by side with Lin Ling, but he also talked nonstop like a chatterbox. However, Lin Ling didn't feel disgusted. Instead, he seemed to see himself in the young man, who had anticipation and curiosity about the outside world. After a long time, they finally arrived at Qingzhou. The ancient imperial city stood there like a cauldron, and it was still divided into 5 rings. The imperial city was bustling with noise and excitement. On the surface, the cultivators in Qingzhou were much stronger than before. Those cultivators walked along the street and talked excitedly. They talked about who was more powerful in Qingzhou, how the Azure Emperor was, and so on. When Lin Ling heard that the 3rd princess was still the Azure Emperor and was safe and sound, he was relieved. As for who was more powerful in Qingzhou, he didn't have time to care. With his current strength, only the cultivators of the final world could catch his attention. It's Miss Yin. At this moment, the street was suddenly in an uproar. The people around suddenly stretched their necks and looked into the distance. It seemed that their eyes were excited and they were drooling exaggeratedly. This surprised Lin Ling, and he looked at those drooling people with disdain. Miss Yin. Next to Lin Ling, Li Hu was also shocked. You know her too? Lin Ling frowned. Was it this guy's first time in the Great Azure God Dynasty? How could he know this so-called Miss Yin? I've seen her before, but not in the Great Azure God Dynasty. She's in a Martial God barracks because she's the Azure Emperor's disciple. The Azure Emperor has a good relationship with the Martial God barracks, so the Martial God barracks can occasionally see her. Li Hu immediately said. Lin Ling suddenly understood. They're here. At this moment, someone shouted. Then, several figures slowly walked over from the front of the street. The girl in the lead looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. She was indeed very beautiful. She wore a white dress and a white belt that fluttered in the wind, as if she was otherworldly. When they saw Miss Yin, the street instantly quieted down. Countless people stared at the girl, and even their breath stopped. Lin Ling, on the other hand, shook his head. Although Miss Yin was quite pretty, she still paled in comparison to An Yuer, who stood beside him. If An Yuer removed her veil, everyone's gazes would probably betray Miss Yin. Of course, Lin Ling was also looking at Miss Yin because she was the third princess disciple. Furthermore, he saw two people walking side by side beside Miss Yin. These two people were not weak. One of them was at the middle stage martial ancestor realm, while the other was at the half step to martial god realm. This kind of strength was not to be underestimated in Xianxia. Of course, the two people had attracted Lin Ling's attention mainly because Lin Ling sensed the aura of the slumbering heroic spirits from them. Could it be that the slumbering heroic spirits wanted to use Miss Yin to get close to the third princess and control Xianxia? However, with the king of venomous worms' strength, he should not be interested in Xianxia. Therefore, the king of venomous worms must have other motives. The street was silent. Lin Ling was deep in thought. Perhaps the platinum evil spirit behind him was too tall and had attracted Miss Yin's attention. This was because her gaze had passed through the platinum evil spirit and quietly landed on An Yuer. Although An Yuer was wearing a veil, for some reason, Miss Yin felt that the elder sister in the white dress was not as simple as she seemed. When she looked, her beautiful eyes were as clear as autumn water. Li Hu, who was next to Lin Ling, looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He cried out in surprise, "Beautiful, so beautiful, and Miss Yin is looking at me." Whoosh. Chapter 39:57. He named them. His voice was like thunder in the silent street, causing everyone to look over. When they saw Li Hu drooling, they couldn't help but laugh. Beside him, Lin Ling's old face also turned red. This Li Hu was too disappointing, because he realized that Lin Ling was also included in the disdainful gazes of the people. As for Miss Yin, she wasn't looking at Li Hu at all. That was why she had a look of disgust on her face. She also gave Lin Ling, who was standing next to Li Hu, a look of disdain. Although Lin Ling was much more handsome than Li Hu, she saw that Lin Ling was also staring at her. Naturally, she thought that Lin Ling was attracted by her beauty. She was truly a person who only looked good on the outside, but was actually rotten on the inside. This Xianxia is really a gathering place for mediocre people. They only know how to look at beauties all day long. No wonder their strength is so weak. At this moment, the old man and the young man beside Miss Yin also stared at Li Hu. The young man said indifferently, his tone filled with disdain. His gaze was filled with disdain as well. Of course, with his strength, he naturally had the qualifications to look down on Li Hu. However, as Li Hu was from a martial god battalion, he had a strong backbone. Not only was he not afraid, he even glared back fiercely. "Looks like you're not convinced." The young man immediately sneered. Originally, he felt that it was beneath him to make a move against an ant like Li Hu. However, this ant was looking at Miss Yin with perverted eyes. This was an insult to him. In his eyes, Miss Yin was already his woman. "I'll play with you." He wanted to show off in front of the beauty, so he walked out and waved his hand. "Young Master Zhou, you can't." Beside him, Miss Yin's expression changed, and she immediately tried to stop him. This was because she knew that this young Master Zhou's background was not simple. It was said that he came from an academy in a certain world, and his strength was monstrous. Not long ago, when he came to Xianxia, her master, Princess Tin, was also very afraid of him. She even told her that this person should not be provoked. That was why she treated young Master Zhou as the host. As for why he had come to Xianxia, she wasn't too sure. "Don't worry, Miss Yin. I'm just playing with him. I won't hurt him. After all, I'm still a guest." Young Master Zhou revealed a smile that he thought was dashing. He indeed came from the final world and was an expert from the 36th Academy. Originally, he shouldn't have appeared in Qing province, but he was someone from the place of eternal rest. He also received orders from the leader to investigate this place and approach Emperor Qing. It would be best if he could find some people from her mouth. Therefore, he and his father had appeared here. Furthermore, as time passed, his relationship with Emperor Qing had improved. He should be able to find those people through Emperor Qing. As for where those people came from, he didn't know. However, the leader told him that those people were related to Lin Ling. Beside him, Miss Yin Yin frowned. She wanted to stop them, but she was afraid that Master Zhou would be unhappy. However, if she didn't stop them, the young man from before would be in trouble. Then, she hurriedly looked at Li Hu and wanted him to apologize. She wanted to turn this into a small matter. Although Qing province is a small place, it's not a place that pigs and dogs can provoke. If you want to play, I'll play with you. However, before Miss Yin Yin could speak, the young man in blue beside Li Hu spoke. Miss Yin Yin was so angry that she almost stomped her feet. She wanted to turn this into a small matter, but the young man couldn't see through her and took the initiative to provoke them. Young Master Zhou, the martial artists of Qing province are a little arrogant. However, they don't have bad intentions, so don't take it to heart. Perhaps they're not talking about you. Then, Miss Yin Yin smiled at young Master Zhou. Pigs and dogs, in fact, they're talking about him. However, Lin Ling spoke again. Miss Yin Yin was fuming with anger. This person was too arrogant. He was looking for trouble. She glared fiercely at Lin Ling and kept trying to signal him with her eyes. Unfortunately, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't see it. In fact, he was indeed looking for trouble. That was because he wanted to use these two people to bring the Gu King to the surface. Brother Tai, are you saying that I'm a pig and a dog? At that moment, young Master Zhou was also looking at Lin Ling with a smile. Yes, that's right. I'm talking about you. Lin Ling nodded honestly. As if he was afraid that young Master Zhou wouldn't believe him, he pointed at him. This action not only angered Miss Yin Yin, but also made Li Hu's eyes twitch. It seemed that this guy named Lin Ling had a bad temper too. Previously, although he had a strong backbone, he only dared to stare at him. He didn't dare to speak. However, not only did Lin Ling speak, he even pointed out his name. Interesting. Then let's see who's the pig and dog. Young Master Zhou laughed. His realm essence was activated, causing the great Qing dynasty to be in an uproar. Everyone on the street was shocked. From the aura, they knew how powerful this person was. Even in the depths of the great Qing dynasty's palace, a group of powerful cultivators frowned. This was because they sensed a powerful aura shooting up into the sky. This aura was so terrifying that no one in Qingzhou was a match for it. Take a blow from me, and I'll spare your life. Almost at the same time, young Master Zhou attacked. His speed was incomparably fast. His realm essence was so terrifying that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. It directly drowned the great Qing dynasty. In the sky of the great Qing dynasty, countless cranes cried, and Qingzhou was shaken. So powerful. Miss Yin Yan's expression changed. Although she already knew that young Master Zhou was very powerful, she didn't expect him to be so powerful. Could this be the strength of a cultivator from the outside world? Then, she stared at Lin Ling with hatred. It was that kid who spoke without thinking that caused young Master Zhou to be angry. Now, there was a game to be played. She only hoped that young Master Zhou could suppress his anger in time and not implicate the innocent people of Qingzhou. Of course, she was also prepared to help the blue-robed youth who spoke without thinking. After all, they were all from Qingzhou. She couldn't bear to see them die here. This bit of strength is really not enough. However, Lin Ling also walked out. As he walked, he shook his head and said, "Ask your lord to come out. He has some qualifications." Hearing this, young Master Zhou's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He couldn't be bothered to say anything. However, when his palm arrived in front of Lin Ling, he and Lin Ling looked at each other. However, he realized that Lin Ling's gaze was very calm. It was as calm as the sea. Moreover, within the calmness, there was a hint of mockery. It was as if he was saying, "Is this all you've got?" Young Master Zhou was furious. The terrifying palm directly hit Lin Ling. Not only did it contain the realm essence of the martial ancestor realm, It also contained 30% of the ancestor's realm essence. Boom! The power of this palm was so terrifying that the first wall of the city collapsed. The ground also continued to crack open. The onlookers all opened their mouths wide. What a powerful force! I didn't know that this person was so powerful. Previously, the blue-robed youth offended him. The difference in strength between the two of them is too great. I previously thought that the blue-robed youth was very powerful. In the end, he was easily defeated by a single attack. How disappointing. This is the price of acting tough. In order to get Miss Yunyan's attention, he forced himself to act tough. However, in the end, he failed. Chapter 39:58. Chapter 37:18. Lin Ling, you're back. Even Lady Yunyan shook her head helplessly, as she too assumed that Lin Ling was only trying to act tough. She was extremely disappointed in Lin Ling. She had assumed that even if Lin Ling could not win the battle, he should at least be able to resist the attack. However, he had been defeated before he could even unleash a single attack. At that instant, a series of exclamations could be heard from street. Lady Yunyan raised her head, and her eyes glistened as her body shuddered. The blue-robed young man was still standing on the street. Not only was he perfectly unharmed, he did not even take a step backward. He managed to resist the attack. Li Hu opened his mouth wide, as if his eyes were about to pop out from their sockets. Meanwhile, on the street, Lin Ling ignored the crowd's astonishment. He glanced at Mr. Zhou and said, "Only 30% of your progenitor force. How weak. With his current strength, even a half-martial god would not be able to harm him, let alone Mr. Zhou. How is this possible?" Mr. Zhou stared at Lin Ling and shook his head continuously. He was a 6-layer martial progenitor realm expert with 30% of his progenitor force. How could he fail to defeat this blue-robed young man with his full strength? Since when did the Qingzhou continent have such an expert? Everyone knew that there was no such expert, even in the 9 continents. Nothing is impossible in this world. Lin Ling looked down at Mr. Zhou as if he had grown taller. Following this, he threw out a punch. "Try taking a punch from me, too." The punch seemed slow, but it contained an indescribable mystery, causing Mr. Zhou's face to turn pale. He instinctively raised his hand to block the attack. His arm was covered in a glow, a sign that he had accumulated a powerful realm force. However, as soon as the two attacks collided, a crisp sound could be heard, which was the sound of bones breaking. In the eyes of the crowd, the bones in Mr. Zhou's right arm protruded from his shoulder. This was the result of resisting Lin Ling's punch. How terrifying! Stomp, stomp, stomp. That young Master Zhou screamed and retreated. However, he was supported by a middle-aged man. It was young Master Zhou's father, Zhou Zheng. This man had not spoken before, giving off a gloomy feeling. At this moment, he looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, "You are not from Qingzhou." He was very clear that his son had jade zombie goo in his body, which was the ultimate 6th-grade desolate physique. Its defense was extremely strong, and ordinary people could not harm him. But now his right arm was broken with a single move. This meant that his opponent was not simple at all. "Who said that I'm not from Qingzhou? You guys are the ones who are not from Qingzhou. What are you doing here? And where is your Goo King?" Lin Ling smiled and said calmly, "Goo King?" The middle-aged man's expression changed, but he still shook his head. "I don't know what you're talking about. I know how to fight, you know that." Lin Ling was still smiling, but he was already walking towards the middle-aged man step by step. The middle-aged man was a half-step to martial god realm expert, but he was extremely cautious. He looked at Miss Yunyan and said, "Isn't your master Emperor Qing? Why is Qingzhou not doing anything when this person is behaving atrociously here?" Hearing this, Miss Yunyan opened her mouth but did not speak, because she also knew that she couldn't afford to provoke any of the experts from either side. Of course, the one that surprised her the most was the blue-robed young man. After all, she had always thought that he was just a hedonistic young master. The way you treat your guests is disappointing. Seeing that Miss Yunyan did not speak, the middle-aged man did not continue his act. Instead, he chose to attack Lin Ling. Forget it. Since you forced me to attack, you'll only end up dead. Moreover, although I don't know who you are, there are some people that you can't fight against. A golden silkworm appeared behind the middle-aged man. It was the golden silkworm Gu from the land of eternal rest. As soon as the golden silkworm appeared, a fatal light bullet appeared. It could easily destroy the entire Qingzhou. Lin Ling stared at the huge golden silkworm and suddenly thought of the few experts that he had met at the Kaiyuan River. They also had golden silkworms. At that time, Lin Ling had to fight them with all his might. But now, bang! Lin Ling stomped on the ground and shot out like a cannonball. Almost at the same time, the golden silkworm spat out a fatal light bullet that could cause a violent explosion. Rumble. However, with a punch from Lin Ling, the light bomb was directly blown apart, and a terrifying blast wave swept out. This guy is courting death. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded when he saw this. This was the first time that he had seen someone resist his attack with their physical body. However, he did not have time to be shocked because a figure rushed out from the blast wave. It was Lin Ling. What? The middle-aged man's heart instantly exploded. However, Lin Ling did not attack him. Instead, he pounced on the golden silkworm behind him. Then, he threw a punch that was as powerful as a storm. Bang, bang, bang. The huge golden silkworm was immediately sent flying into the sky by Lin Ling punch after punch. The golden silkworm was finally blown apart under countless shocked gazes. Countless amounts of energy scattered on the ground like meteors. Among those dazzling meteors, a figure slowly floated down. On the ground, the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and looked dispirited. His goo was blown apart by Lin Ling, and he was obviously seriously injured. Miss Yin Yin, this person is doing whatever he wants in Qingzhou. He even attacked your guests. Shouldn't you do something about it? Then, the middle-aged man looked at Miss Yin Yin anxiously. Until now, he was still pretending to be a guest because he was afraid that Emperor Qing would discover his purpose. Miss Yin Yin was suddenly put in a difficult position. Although Emperor Qing had entrusted her to take good care of these guests and not become enemies with them, these guests were very powerful. If they were displeased, they would very likely behave atrociously in Qingzhou. However, the blue-robed young man in the sky was not weak either. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, a large number of experts flew over from Qingzhou's sky. That's Senior Huang Fuidao, Lord Qi Yuhu. Li Hu's sharp eyes noticed that the expert behind the martial god battalion had arrived. Oh my god, isn't that Emperor Qing? Everyone was shocked. All the experts in Qingzhou had arrived. Then, those who did not know the situation looked at the blue-robed young man, thinking that he was in trouble. Even Miss Yin Yin thought so. However, she was so panicked that she did not realize that with the blue-robed young man's strength, even if Emperor Qing and the others came, it would be useless. After the large number of experts arrived, they first flew over and then slowly walked. Their gazes were solemn at first, but when they saw the blue-robed young man floating in the sky, they became excited. They walked towards the blue-robed young man in an orderly manner. As for Lin Ling, he nodded slightly at these people. Lin Ling, you're back. Master. Chapter 3959. The king of venomous worms had arrived. Master. Without a doubt, Miss Yin Yin bit down hard on her lips. She didn't even notice that her lips were bleeding from the bite. Master's master. Could he be the legendary man? The real Emperor Qing of Qingzhou, Lin Ling. Boom. Everyone in the great Qing divine dynasty felt their hearts explode. The legend of Lin Ling was known to everyone in Qingzhou. Perhaps many people couldn't recognize Lin Ling after so many years. However, the name Lin Ling represented the entire Qingzhou, Emperor Qing. Then, countless people on the street knelt down. They knew that although Qingzhou looked peaceful, it was actually the hard work of the Emperor Qing behind the scenes. Everyone knelt down, which caused the great Azure Divine Dynasty to be incomparably silent. The only people standing were Yuer and Li Hu, who was beside her. Li Hu was still standing because he felt like he was dreaming. because a random passerby he met was the fucking Emperor Qing. God, are you kidding me? Big sister, is he the Emperor Qing? While he was in disbelief, he turned to Yuer and smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, and Yuer said coldly, "Didn't you see it for yourself?" And Yuer had always been cold to outsiders, unless she was facing Lin Ling. Li Hu finally reacted and knelt down. He felt that with his luck, he would be shot even if he didn't do anything. No, he would win the lottery. He's the Emperor Qing. At that moment, the middle-aged man frowned and looked at the sky. Father, the Emperor Qing of Qingzhou, seems to be Lin Ling. Beside him, young Master Zhou thought for a while, and his expression changed drastically. Lin, he's back? And he found us. The middle-aged man immediately guessed something. Lin Ling attacked them for no reason, which explained everything. You two, how long are you going to pretend? At that moment, Lin Ling looked at them. The two of them gritted their teeth. Then, young Master Zhou shouted, Lin Ling, your good luck has come to an end. Let me tell you, the leader of the land of eternal rest is in Qingzhou. He has been waiting for your return. Land of eternal rest? Hearing that, some older warriors immediately panicked because they knew that it was the 10 evils of the 9 states. The 10 evils of the 9 states was an extremely ancient force. They were like the parasites of the 9 states. Wherever they appeared, there would be a bloodbath. Over the years, there were people who wanted to get rid of them, but no one had the power to do so. Leader? What leader? In the past, there was an elder who came to Qingzhou in this place of eternal rest. At that time, the entire Qingzhou was poisoned by him. It was Emperor Qing, Lin Ling, who saved us. Now, he is no longer an elder, but a leader. The leader's strength is definitely stronger than the elder's. Everyone in the surroundings started to panic. Let me tell you, he's the Gu King of the land of eternal rest. He's the #1 Gu King, the leader of everyone. Seeing that everyone was afraid, young Master Zhou suddenly laughed. He was not surprised that people were afraid of the land of eternal rest. Almost at the same time, the ground exploded. In the distance, a huge mass of meat ran along the ground. This mass of meat looked like a worm, but it was extremely large. Its skin was translucent, and one could roughly see the scene inside. There seemed to be many people imprisoned inside. However, upon closer inspection, they did not look like people. Instead, they looked like poisonous worms. Whoosh! The tentacles of the worms spewed out large amounts of smoke, covering the entire sky of Qingzhou. You're all finished. The leader is here. He's going to poison the entire Qingzhou. Those clouds are the spore goo poison. Even if you don't breathe, it will enter your body through your skin. Then, unknowingly, you will become the leader's goo poison. Seeing the colorful smoke in the sky, young Master Zhou was undoubtedly very excited. This caused people to panic even more. Master, the third princess and the others looked anxiously at Lin Ling. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Ling's gaze was still fixed in front of him, but he waved his hand casually. If the Gu King was in his prime, Lin Ling would have to be careful. However, the Gu King was highly valued, so Lin Ling did not think much of him. Seeing Lin Ling's gentle movements, the third princess and the others were shocked. One should know that the Gu King was the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. Was Lin Ling not afraid? Lin Ling, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Finally, after destroying countless houses, the worm stopped far away from Lin Ling. Old man, what are you doing? You've been bitten by the dragon corpse a few times, and now you've turned into a big fat worm. However, you look disgusting enough. Why didn't the dragon corpse tear you apart? Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled lightly. The worm's body trembled. After hearing Lin Ling's words, he also remembered what happened in the dragon's continent. At that time, he was in a miserable state. He was beaten up by the dragon corpse until he vomited blood. If not for the worm, he would have been torn apart. Of course, in the face of countless dragon corpses, it was normal for him to end up like this. However, why was Lin Ling unscathed? He had seen Lin Ling walk past the dragon corpse with his own eyes, but he was safe and sound. He still could not forget such unfair treatment to this day. You're dead. You're dead. Ha ha. Lin Ling. Oh, Lin Ling. We didn't expect this, right? Not only did I not die after I escaped, I immediately came to find you for revenge. After being angry, the worm suddenly laughed. These are your people, right? Let me tell you, I want all of them to be my worms. All of them to be my worms. Your family, your friends, your wife. You'll regret it. When he said this, the Goo King was obviously very excited. He also controlled the multicolored clouds in the sky, and they rolled down to cover the sky. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, hand over the treasures on your body, and perhaps I'll spare your life. As for your people, if you agree to be my worms, I'll spare their lives. How about it? Did you expect this day to come? Let me tell you, no matter how monstrous you are, you're nothing in front of old monsters like me. The worm kept shouting, each sentence more excited than the last. It was as if he could see Lin Ling's regretful face and kneeled down to beg for mercy. However, before he finished his last sentence, he fell silent. That was because Lin Ling, who was in the sky, had a strange horn in his hand. The horn was red and emitted a terrifying aura. At a closer look, the horn looked like a coxcomb. Lin Ling blew at the coxcomb, then threw out the horn. Next, the smoke in the sky turned into a whirlpool and was sucked in by the horn. From afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. Even a worm almost clapped his hands. To be able to see such a scene in his life, this trip was not in vain. Chapter 3960. Flaunting Treasures. That's the comb of the Li Chao Divine Chicken. Heavens, why do you have such a thing? Following that, he let out a trembling voice. Regardless of what kind of goo it was afraid of one thing, and that was chickens. That was because be it centipedes or spiders, all of them had a natural enemy, and that was the chicken. Of course, this chicken was not an ordinary chicken. It had to be a divine chicken, and there were many types of divine chickens. However, it was undeniable that they were a branch of the phoenix bloodline, and the horn that appeared in Lin Ling's hand was made from the comb of the Li Chao Divine Chicken. It could produce a sound wave attack similar to a chicken's cry. Other than that, it was the bane of the Goo King's goo poison. He, the Goo King, was like a huge meatworm that was being targeted by a rooster. And what angered him the most was that Lin Ling suddenly threw up his hands and said, "Of course I bought this horn. You." The meatworm was so angry that its entire body trembled. Looking at your wretched state, you seem to have been injured by the dragon aura. And I happen to have the Grandee's Poria pill here. It can cure all kinds of strange powers. If you consume it, you can probably recover 60% of your strength. At this moment, a pill appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He waved it and said with a smile, "Grandee's Poria pill." The meatworm trembled once again. He had heard of such a pill before. In fact, such a pill was not used to cure poison, but to suppress all kinds of strange powers. For example, if a warrior was entangled by lightning, his entire body would be paralyzed, and such a pill could relieve the paralysis. Or if one was frostbitten by the ice elemental ultimate desolate physique, this pill could also defrost it. As for the Goo King, he had been pursued by the dragon corpses in the Kaiyuan River. He had a large amount of dragon aura that required him to constantly release it. After all, he did not have Lin Ling's dragon god talent. However, releasing it took a lot of time. It would probably take at least 100 years. However, the pill was able to completely digest the dragon chi in his body. To him, this kind of medicinal pill was undoubtedly in existence akin to sending charcoal in snowy weather. Other than that, I also have a corpse fruit. At this moment, Lin Ling said with a smile. A black fruit appeared in his hand. This fruit looked a little terrifying. Its surface was actually full of skeletons, and it was quietly wriggling. Corpse fruit. According to legend, it was a place where millions of corpses gathered. It was a fruit formed by the good fortune of heaven and earth. It contained a large amount of nether chi and corpse chi. It was suitable for some martial artists who cultivated the nether attribute. For example, the Goo King could use this fruit to plant goo. If he used it on the dragon god, his success rate would increase by 70%. If he had such a fruit back at the Kaiyuan River, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Give it to me, the king of venomous worms shouted anxiously. As the king of venomous worms, how could he not be tempted by such a treasure? I also have a bottle of acupuncture point sealing blood flower. It said that when a martial god breaks through to the martial god realm and faces the divine tribulation, it can increase the chances of passing the divine tribulation by 30%. This is because this flower has the power to seal acupuncture points, seal blood, and seal the world, preventing the divine tribulation from finding the cultivator. By the way, I have a corpse emperor's fingerbone here. I don't know which god it belongs to, but it seems to be very suitable for you. Lin Ling floated in the sky and continued to speak. His intention was naturally to anger the king of venomous worms. The truth was indeed so. Every time the king of venomous worms heard Lin Ling's words, his body trembled. If he had transformed into a human, his eyes would have turned red. This brat actually had so many precious treasures. Where did he get them? In the ancient dragon wilderness, as he had left in advance, he didn't know about the wedding banquet. Are you surprised? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled. Let me tell you, these are all bought in the store of God. Sai, I bought too many. I don't even know which treasure to use first. Moreover, there are too many of them. I'm afraid I won't be able to use them all in my lifetime. Therefore, I can only throw away the useless treasures. After speaking, he took out a set of red and green divine armor and handed it to the third princess. Take it, this is for you. The set of divine armor made the king of venomous worms jealous again. This was because he also came from the ancient dragon wilderness and had a jade token in his hand. He was very familiar with the treasures in the store of God. Naturally, he knew about the set of divine armor. The divine armor was called Fire Descending Glaze. It was an innate divine weapon that had reached the 3rd grade. Wearing this armor, if one activated their realm essence, they would be able to form a fire glaze around their body. Not only was their attack powerful, but their defense was also extremely good. Although this set of armor wasn't very fatal to him, he knew that such a treasure armor would be priceless in the final world. However, this brat actually gave away such a treasure so casually. You bought so many treasures. The king of venomous worms' body continued to tremble. His heart was bleeding. This was too unfair. So many treasures were taken away by this brat. If these treasures belonged to him, his life would be wonderful. Good. As the saying goes, don't show off your wealth. However, you keep showing off your treasures in front of me. It seems like I have no choice but to take action. The king of venomous worms said word by word. His voice was filled with excitement and greed. Leader, you have to get those treasures. On the ground, young Master Zhou also shouted. The treasures that Lin Ling took out previously made him extremely jealous. Don't worry, I will definitely get them. You will also be rewarded. The king of venomous worms nodded excitedly. His words made young Master Zhou and the rest overjoyed. Lin Ling, why don't you surrender? Maybe the leader will spare your life on account of your treasures. Young Master Zhou looked at Lin Ling arrogantly and said after he was overjoyed. Right now, he was not afraid of Lin Ling at all. With the leader around, if he was still afraid of Lin Ling, he would not be able to learn martial arts. The treasures are with me. Whether you can get them or not depends on your ability. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything else. He took a step in the sky and the entire void exploded. Then, Lin Ling shot towards the king of venomous worms like a cannonball. Seeing that Lin Ling took the initiative to attack, young Master Zhou and the rest on the ground were stunned. They pointed at Lin Ling and laughed dumbfoundedly. Was that brat a retard? Although Lin Ling had defeated them previously, they all agreed that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he would never be a match for the king of venomous worms. The strength of the leader of the resting ground of heroic spirits was not to be underestimated. Even the king of venomous worms was stunned. He thought that Lin Ling was a little crazy. However, he immediately sneered. The originally huge flesh worm expanded like a balloon at this moment. Come, my body is full of venomous worms. If you touch me, you are dead meat. The king of venomous worms snorted at the same time. He could even imagine that when Lin Ling arrived in front of him, he would be drowned by his flesh. That guy would probably scream in pain. However, Lin Ling was a little cunning. He had to prevent him from escaping. Chapter 3961. Sparks and lightning flashed all the way. However, what shocked the Goo King once again was that Lin Ling did not seem to have any intention of running away in the face of the flesh worm he had transformed into. Instead, he was getting closer and closer. Moreover, Lin Ling only used one punch, a seemingly weak punch. Such a fist, perhaps his physical body would be able to swallow it in one gulp. Whoosh! Lin Ling's speed was not fast, but it was still as fast as a shooting star. When Lin Ling crashed into the mountain of flesh, Goo King's heart finally changed. This was because his body had actually caved in from the impact. The people in the distance all sucked in a breath of cold air because they could see that the huge mountain of flesh in front of them was being knocked back by Emperor Qing Lin Ling. What kind of power is this? Goo King roared. How could he have known that Lin Ling was wearing the Dragon God battle armor? Although he had sacrificed speed, his gravity had long since reached 40,000 worlds worth of power. Even though the king of venomous worms was one of the best in the martial god realm, he could not resist the force of 40,000 worlds. Boom! Then, the giant flesh worm flew out like a cannonball and smashed into the great Azure god dynasty. However, Qingzhou was silent. The third princess and the others all had their jaws dropped. Lin Ling had actually sent that meat worm flying with a single punch? Heavens, how much strength was needed to do that? How is this possible? That's the chief. He was sent flying with a single punch? As for young Master Zhou, he was dumbfounded. He even thought that he had met a fake leader. Otherwise, how could he be so weak? Lin Ling. In the distance, the flesh worm was still rolling on the ground, looking very funny. Obviously, it was confused by Lin Ling's punch. Flesh worm, I don't care what you're doing in Azure Province, but this is my territory. I won't allow you to behave atrociously here. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the ground with a large number of divine weapons floating around him. Above his head was the true inheritance dark sword. Then, he reached behind him with his right hand, and when the tyrant's song sword appeared in his hand, he immediately galloped on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The earth trembled from his stomp, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. This was also the might of the Dragon God armor. Lin Ling's speed was still not fast, but at this moment, he was like a giant, rushing forward. Come on, let's see who can hurt who. In front of him, the meat worm crawled up and roared at Lin Ling. At this moment, Goo King was infuriated. If he was not severely injured, Lin Ling could kill Goo King with just one finger. But now, one of the 9 prefecture's 10 evils, had been sent flying. It was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog. Be my Goo. After that, Goo King did not dare to confront Lin Ling head-on because that was not his strong suit. The giant flesh worm's tentacles once again spewed out a large amount of smoke, but this time it wasn't multicolored, it was green, and all of them were flying towards Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, those were not smoke, but green goo worms as thick as hair. Ding ding dang dang. However, these goo worms could not get close to Lin Ling at all. It was as if they had hit an iron plate, making crisp sounds. On the other hand, Lin Ling rushed past the goo worms and was getting closer to the flesh worm. What? You still have so many divine armors. The Goo King was shocked at first, but he immediately saw dozens of divine armors appear around Lin Ling's body. They shone brightly. It was those divine armors that blocked the invasion of the goo worms. Goo King also knew that Lin Ling could not unleash the full power of the divine armors. However, Lin Ling had so many sets of divine armors that he did not need to unleash the full power of the divine armors. He only needed to unleash 30% of the power of each set of divine armors. And that was enough. Of course, this was also a prodigal. This brat is too fierce. As the saying goes, the young and strong fear the fist. I am severely injured now, and it is not suitable for me to fight him head-on. Seeing Lin Ling getting closer and closer, Gu King could not help but feel a sense of fear. He was frightened by Lin Ling's aura. Let's avoid him first. Gu King planned to avoid him first. However, as soon as he moved, he realized that he had slowed down a lot. Moreover, there was a mysterious power shrouding his body, which made Gu King, who was already weak, even weaker. My speed? Gu King was shocked. His speed had been reduced by 50%. And my defense? His defense had also been reduced by 50%. In fact, even his attack had been reduced by 50%. This prompted Gu King to check his surroundings immediately. Suddenly, he realized that bamboo slices of different colors and an incense burner had appeared around him. Some of the bamboo slices were huge, while some were as big as a palm. However, when they floated in the sky, they emitted a mysterious melody. As for the incense burner, it was burning with incense, which also looked magical. Gu King instantly knew that those treasures had suppressed his power. However, what the hell were those treasures that could suppress the power of a martial god realm expert? I bought these treasures from a store of God. As if he had noticed Gu King's shock, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from the front. The store of God again? Gu King was furious. Could that guy have emptied the store of God? At that moment, he suddenly regretted it. He should not have appeared when Lin Ling was at his peak and fought with him head-on. Sword come. At that moment, a cold voice was heard. Around Lin Ling's body, the dark sword of the true inheritance kept dancing and gradually merged. These swords moved along with Lin Ling's running. In the end, when the 18th dark sword of the true inheritance disappeared from Lin Ling's hand, a 2-meter-long divine sword appeared. Bang! Lin Ling suddenly held the sword tightly and crossed the two swords. The realm essence of the 6 major Dantians was activated. All of his physical strength was also activated. One must know that Lin Ling's current talent had greatly increased, and his physical strength was also on a whole new level. Moreover, this was under the suppression of the Dragon God battle armor. If he were to remove the Dragon God battle armor, even Lin Ling himself didn't know the limits of his physical strength. All of his strength, in addition to the tyrannical Song Sword's peak ancestral power and the dark sword of the true inheritance, was terrifying. Crack! 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 The two swords slashed along the ground. The ground was burned, and a bottomless sword mark appeared. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. A figure holding 2 swords charged towards the huge mountain of flesh in front of him, leaving behind sparks and lightning. Impossible! He's courting death. In the silence, Sir Zhou gritted his teeth. He still did not believe that Lin Ling was a match for the leader. However, Gu King trembled and cursed angrily. Lin Ling was too shameless. Not only did he take advantage of the fact that he was severely injured, he even released a large number of treasures to seal him. He was like a pig being slaughtered. On the other hand, Lin Ling was armed to the teeth with treasures. He could not attack at all. It was too unfair. Lin Ling, wait. Gu King roared at the critical moment. Unfortunately, Lin Ling would not wait at all. He even quickened his pace. Crack! Crack! Chapter 3962. Like-minded. Clang! Almost as soon as Lin Ling passed by the mountain of flesh, he finally came to a stop. He slowly put away his swords and carried the mountain of flesh on his back. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Boom! In the next moment, the enormous flesh mountain exploded and countless stinky venom sprayed out. Looking from afar, the flesh worm that was bigger than a mountain had been cut in half. Ah! Young Master Zhou and his father opened their mouths wide and almost fainted. The leader of the resting grounds of heroic spirits had been defeated. After all, he was a prominent figure in the martial god realm, and he was only inferior to the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. In their hearts, their leader was invincible. However, the leader was not defeated by a famous expert, nor was he defeated by some old monster. Instead, he was defeated by a rising star. Lin Ling, I'll remember this. When the flesh worm exploded, There were also many goo worms flying around and emitting malicious words. These goo worms were transformed from the Goo King. Although this old ghost was highly valued, it was also extremely difficult to kill. Even though it was cut in half by Lin Ling, it was still alive. It was just that its originally heavily injured body had become even more serious now. "You don't want my treasure anymore?" Lin Ling did not continue the chase. He knew that he should not pursue a cornered enemy when facing the Goo King because the old man's methods were strange. He knew that it would be easy to fall into his trap if he forced himself to chase. Furthermore, Lin Ling's original intention was to chase the Goo King away and let him know that he had to pay the price if he wanted to behave atrociously in Xianxia. Now, the Goo King should have known the price. The next time he wanted to do this, he would think twice. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the Goo King was obviously stunned. Then he seemed to have gone mad. Fuck. He didn't know what to say. All he could do was curse and curse. This was because he finally knew why Lin Ling wanted to show off the treasure. It was so that he, the Goo King, could see it but not touch it. This was the most depressing thing in life. If he was at his peak, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. If he wasn't valued, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. However, there were no ifs in this world. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that the Goo King had run away like a madman. Although he looked relaxed earlier, he had actually gone all out. After all, many of his techniques were suppressed by the Dragon God armor and the Demigod Divine Pill. Naturally, he was reluctant to break these seals for the Goo King. However, he had already prepared 2 deadly divine weapons. If the Goo King wanted to fight with his life on the line, he would give up 1 or 2 treasures at most to kill him. Of course, Lin Ling was happy that the other party had escaped. After all, he did not want to waste those treasures on the Goo King. Those treasures were meant for when Tian Martial God. Although the godly weapons in God's shop are powerful, they can't cause fatal damage to the martial gods at the top of the pyramid. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He also knew that as long as the 3-year battle came, these treasures would most likely be used up by then. Then, Lin Ling walked towards Master Zhou. I'm just passing by." Master Zhou rubbed his broken arm, and his face was extremely pale. His father did not say a word, but his eyes were flickering. He was obviously scared. Although he was a half-step to martial god, he knew that it would not be difficult for the blue-robed young man to kill a martial god, let alone a mere half-step to martial god. Lin Ling did not say a word and continued to walk forward. However, his footsteps seemed to be stepping on their hearts, causing them to tremble even more. "We're really just passing by." This time, even a middle-aged man spoke. Lin Ling's footsteps finally came to a stop as he looked down at them. That gaze caused their hearts to thump violently. Lin Ling shook his head and turned around to leave. "He's not going to kill us." Young Master Zhou's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. Bang! However, at that moment, a burly figure suddenly appeared. It was the golden-white evil spirit. He slowly took off his cloak and revealed a creepy smile. "Father, what's that? Wow, I was scared to death." Looking at the smiling face, Master Zhou's legs turned to jelly and he fell to the ground. His pants were wet. However, the sinister middle-aged man beside him was not any better. His legs continued to tremble. "I can pretend that you're just passing by if it's anything else, but not here." At that moment, Lin Ling's cold voice was heard. This was Xianxia. Lin Ling had many relatives and friends. Lin Ling could not afford to make any mistakes here, not even a little bit. Because of a small mistake, his grandfather and the rest would not be able to stop it. By then, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, Lin Ling would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Without a doubt, Master Zhou and his father had been devoured by the golden-white evil spirit. Lin Ling, Master. However, no one paid attention to them. At that moment, the third princess and the rest ran over excitedly. Moreover, when they thought of the previous battle, they were shocked. Although the previous battle was not considered earth-shattering, the strength displayed by Lin Ling and the flesh worm had given them a sense of pressure. This made them realize that the strength of that force was definitely beyond their imagination. I never thought that the kid from the martial gods barracks would grow to such a level today, Qiyu exclaimed. In the past, Lin Ling was just a new recruit in the martial gods barracks. Because of Huangfu Yidao's recommendation, he finally groomed Lin Ling as the next marshal. However, who would have imagined that a mere martial gods battalion couldn't tolerate Lin Ling at all? In the end, Lin Ling became the Grand Marshal of the 6 armies. Moreover, the Grand Marshal couldn't tolerate Lin Ling, and Lin Ling even became the Azure Emperor and soared through the 9 continents in the end. Thinking back, everything felt like a dream. That kid is terrifying. Lord Eighth also sighed. In the Yangtze River, each new generation surpassed the previous one. Now, when he met Lin Ling, he was like a junior. He was very curious. How did Lin Ling cultivate? Why did Lin Ling's cultivation bottlenecks seem to be non-existent to others? Lin Ling. In the distance, the people from the 3 academies also arrived. Leading them was the Dean of the Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling, you're back. The brothers and companions who had fought side by side in the past also rushed over. There was Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, Tang Yue, and the others. They were all companions who had accompanied Lin Ling as he grew up. However, Lin Ling's pace seemed to have no end. In the end, he surpassed them and walked further and further. Is everyone okay? Looking at the familiar faces, Lin Ling's eyes became moist. These people were his friends, brothers, and companions, but they were also the memories of his life. Especially when he saw everyone's heartfelt excitement, Lin Ling felt very proud. In his life, he had been at too many places. Everywhere he went, he would have a group of like-minded friends. There were also friends in the Rainforest Sacred Land, like Lady Shui Wu and the others. There were also friends in the Green Province. There were even more in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Chapter 3963. Ancestor Extreme Flame had arrived. Waha, you're amazing. All right, Sakura, where are Ming Lu and the rest? After Tang Yue and the rest arrived, each and every one of them surrounded Lin Ling and laughed loudly. Currently, only 3 people from Qing Province had walked out. They were Lin Ling, Sakura, and Ming Lu. They're all fine. Lin Ling also laughed out loud. Lord Lin Ling, I'm really envious of you. You went out to adventure, and when you came back, your strength was simply impressive. But we stayed in this small place. Although we grew quickly, it can't compare to the outside world. Blossoming Flowing Water Sword said with a look of admiration. I was just lucky. Lin Ling chuckled. At this moment, the 3rd princess walked over and called out sweetly, Master! 3rd princess, well done. Lin Ling was full of praise for the 3rd princess. For example, young Master Zhou and the others. The 3rd princess knew that these people were not weak, so she focused on stabilizing them and not making them hostile. This way, there would not be more deaths in Qingzhou. This was clearly done for the sake of the big picture. It was something that a leader had to consider. Thank you for your praise, Master. The 3rd princess smiled. She had always been dignified, but in front of Lin Ling, she was like a student. Behind the crowd, Miss Yin Yan's body was trembling. Previously, she thought that Lin Ling was the same as those young masters, lecherous and shameless. But now, she knew that she had embarrassed herself to the core, because that was his grandmaster. She actually suspected that grandmaster was coveting her beauty. Right now, she wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. Yin Yan, quickly come and meet your grandmaster. However, at this time, the 3rd princess' voice rang out as well. Miss Yin Yan's face changed color, and she almost walked out in tears. However, what surprised her was that Lin Ling was looking at her with a faint smile. He didn't mind her previous rudeness. Since you're my grand disciple, then this jade pendant is a gift from me. After Lin Ling smiled, a blue jade pendant appeared in his hand, and he handed it over. Yin Yan froze on the spot. She was a little embarrassed to accept it. However, the 3rd princess beside her urged her to accept it. Even though it's not a treasure, it's able to resist 3 attacks from experts below the martial god realm. Lin Ling explained. In reality, he had treasures that were even more valuable than this. However, wasn't that he didn't want to give them away. It was because Yun Yin and the others were too weak to activate them. Plus, a man's wealth is his own ruin. If Yun Yin had a treasure that was too valuable, it would only bring her more trouble. Tang Yue, this is for you. Next, Lin Ling gave a treasure to each of his acquaintances. Those treasures were extremely precious in Qingzhou, no in Jiuzhou. After all, it was from the shop of gods. Wow, Master Lin Ling, thank you for your treasures. I love you to death. Tang Yue was a princess, but at this moment, she was as excited as a little girl. She ran in front of Lin Ling and gave Lin Ling a hard kiss on the cheek. Huh! The crowd immediately burst into laughter. They knew that only people like Tang Yue, who grew up with Lin Ling, would dare to be so impudent. Lin Ling touched his cheek helplessly. After so many years, this girl still didn't look like she had grown up. However, when the third princess and the others saw Tang Yue's actions, their eyes were suddenly filled with jealousy. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people around, the third princess and the others would definitely sneak an attack on Lin Ling. Who told you to take advantage of me? After kissing Lin Ling, Tang Yue said with a smile. This made many people roll their eyes. Even though Tang Yue was a princess and a girl, they still felt that Tang Yue had taken advantage of Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was the Emperor Qing behind the scenes. Come where? After chatting with the crowd for a while, Lin Ling also called Inyuer over. Inyuer was unfamiliar to many people. Even though Inyuer also came from Qingzhou, she went missing when she just entered the academy. Inyuer smiled. She didn't want to be too rude, so she removed the veil on her face and bowed slightly to the crowd. So beautiful! Once the veil was removed, countless people gasped. Inyuer was originally a fairy-like figure. Her temperament was otherworldly, and coupled with her beautiful face, it was naturally enviable. This guy's wives are all so beautiful. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others said enviously. Tang Yue, the third princess, and the others felt inferior. They finally knew why Lin Ling didn't like them. It turned out that the women around Lin Ling were all extremely beautiful, such as Yu Yu, Xin Yuan and the others. Greetings, Master's wife. I've always heard about you from Master. I didn't expect Master's wife to be so beautiful. You're a perfect match for Master. Then, the third princess hurriedly bowed. Inyuer smiled gently when she heard that, but she was secretly happy. Lin Ling whispered in her ear, "Did you hear that? You and I are a perfect match. You're so annoying." Inyuer immediately replied in a low voice. The sweet look on their faces undoubtedly made many people smile. In their eyes, this man and woman were indeed a match made in heaven. Linger. While they were happily chatting, a large number of people arrived from afar. This time, it was Ancestor Tai Yin and the others. Master, Grandpa Tai Yin, and the others have been living in the fragment of the flame world. I've already informed them, so they immediately rushed over after receiving the news. The third princess smiled and looked into the distance. Then, she shouted, "Grandma Wen Dao, you're here." Seeing Ancestor Tai Yin and the others, Lin Ling's body shook. He hadn't returned for many years since he went to the final world. Now that he saw his family again, he was naturally extremely excited. No matter how domineering he was in the outside world, in front of his family, he was still the young man from the Fire Ancient clan. Linger. In the distance, an old man rushed over. As he walked, tears flowed down his face. He was none other than Ancestor Extreme Flame. Behind Ancestor Tai Yin was Lin Ling's mother, Imon Yinshin, followed by Lin Ling's grandfather, Grandma Wen Dao, and the others. Father. Lin Yi and his wife were among them, and there was a 5 or 6-year-old girl between them. "Quick, call me Grandpa," Lin Yi said excitedly to the little girl. The little girl was extremely cute, like a porcelain doll. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He was a grandfather? However, the little girl might have the same bloodline as Lin Ling, so she wasn't afraid of strangers. She looked at Lin Ling with her big eyes and immediately shouted, "Grandpa!" Good. Lin Ling took a step forward and hugged the little girl. Then, he planted a kiss on her tender face. Linger,